Greetings, everyone, and thank you for joining us again for another edition of Jeopardy. Unfortunately, there's been a delay so far. We're waiting for our co host. But in the meantime, we'll go ahead and bring up some of our early contestants and we can just chat, and hopefully, the professor will be joining us soon. So I'll say a quick hello to everyone in the chat, and I'll bring up hopefully, will be our early contestants for tonight's games. There's already been a very lively chat going on before the game started today. So I just want to say a quick hello to Bird of Prey 5, Kapla. Greetings also to Mercer Create, Mikey, good to see you. Herbert is the message from Omnicast, so glad you're here. Let's see who else is joining us so far. I want to say greetings to Resolute Germ, glad you could join us. Opal Maydew, glad you're here. Mr. Vice President, I know he's waiting for the next game. Welcome also to Brad Wolf 07. Oh, there's a Professor. Glad you could join us.
Sorry about that, John.
No problem. How you doing tonight?
Just about set up here. I am tired. How are you?
I'm sorry. I'm all right, thanks. Let's say a quick hello to everyone who's joining us while you finish getting set up. Hopefully I didn't miss anybody. I was saying hello to Brad Wolf 07. Greetings also to Thomas Potts. Let me see if that brings me up to date. I think that pretty much covers so far. Oh, and hello to T Dowd. And greetings also to Gap After Dark. I want to thank everyone again for joining us, even though we're getting started a little bit later than usual, but
it was all my fault. My apologies.
We already got some people waiting backstage, so we'll go ahead and bring them up if you're ready, Professor.
Yep, let's do it.
We'll start with our returning champion, Omnicast. Let's welcome also Mercer and Mr. Vice President.
Hello.
Hello there.
Hello there.
Greetings.
Hello.
We're getting an echo, but I was thinking that.
Damn.
Jeff, did you get like an astronaut behind your bookshelf again this week?
I had noticed.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, maybe he needed your help to find the coordinates.
Possibly. As I would think they would have the coordinates, they just need the quantum data. Right?
Oh, yeah. True. I think you got our names reversed, John, or maybe whoever typed it in.
Oh, did I? I'll fix that.
No, don't fix it. Confuse everybody.
I have the ability.
We have the ability. What was that show? We have the ability.
We have the technology.
We can rebuild him.
Yeah, we have the technology. Dude, what we should do is switch your face with John's face so that John doesn't have a beard and you do.
That would be quite interesting. Oh, it's
like
Mr.
Vice President. It would be like a transporter malfunction.
Almost a Tuvix situation. But kind of not.
How was everybody this week?
A Tuvix?
That's it. Or the enemy within.
So I went to the toy show today, and I found a whole bunch of Star Trek stuff down there. I got some Generations figures. I'm so happy.
Nice.
Yeah. I got Tolian Soren action figure. I'm so happy.
But the Riker figure was half off, right?
He was no. I got like these 5 little figures for $1. I got Scotty, I got Data, I got B'Etor, and I got Little Enterprise and Tolian Soren for $1.
That's really good.
Yeah, I've never seen a Tolian Soren figure. time is a fired bird.
I guess you don't have a show, Thomas.
I hope there's a whole category on Generations tonight. That'd be cool.
That's a good movie. Was it in the box or was it open?
No, it was just loose, but there was a whole bunch of stuff in boxes. I found like a model kit.
Yeah.
Like 3 different enterprises in the model.
Oh.
It was like the Next Generation, the movie version of the original, and the original Enterprise, all in one box. All 3 enterprises in one box model kit. But I don't build models, so I didn't buy it. Dude,
Mr. T, I want to know. I want to know what drugs you were on earlier.
Somebody had a terradrome, and if you know what a terradrome is, it was huge. From Cobra's terradrome base.
That was a little in joke with Mr. T. Mr. T downed. I'm still waiting for an explanation, Mr. T. Haven't heard much from Mr. Vice President.
Unfortunately, I think he was
Check.
source of our echo.
Audio.
So
I think you're right.
yeah, we're doing some audio checks earlier. He seems to be having trouble with StreamYard specifically with his audio. So unfortunately, he may have to stay muted in between turns.
All right. Are we ready to play, gentlemen?
Yes. Been waiting all week.
You good, Mr. Vice President?
Yep, ready. Hello.
Mercer?
Yep, I'm here.
No, if we're ready,
Normal's
let's
here
play
too, but she's not on camera.
Jeopnerdy. I hope this works.
You pressed the wrong button, Jeff.
Oh, no.
That was for the auxiliary thrusters.
Our
I don't think
first
he's working on
category.
all thrusters.
Our first category is TAS logs, episodes.
Uh-huh.
We're going to name the episode based on the log by one of the officers.
Not as bad as you might think.
All right.
Anniversaries. Phasers, type 1. From the picture, you're going to identify the episode or the movie. Sharks. And finally, planetary classes descriptions. In other words, I'm going to describe a planet class and you tell us what class it is.
Do you mean like science class or math class?
Those are not the kind of classes I'm talking about now.
You'll pick it up once we get into that category. All right. Omnicast, you're the returning champion. You go first.
Thank you. Let's do phasers type 1 for 200, please. You want to name the episode? Is that what you're talking about?
That's right.
Okay. Let me make it a little bigger. Give me 1 second.
Classic shot.
Of course. I'm trying to remember the name of the episode now. It's killing me. Pass.
Mercer.
What is Operation Annihilate?
That's correct.
Yes.
I'll take the
And-
same category for 400.
400.
Because I know 500 is going to be. That is from what is The Mind's Eye, one of my favorite episodes ever made.
You got it.
And I love that shot too. Thank you.
Mercer's off to a great start. But it's Mr. President's
That's it.
Vice
The first
President's
category, I'm done.
Same category for 500.
That's why I didn't take it.
Of course it's the TAS one. No, pass. Sorry.
Omnicast.
Pass.
Mercer?
Pass. I don't think TAS counts.
Oh, it definitely
TAS
counts.
absolutely counts.
That was from the Infinite Vulcan.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Omnicast, your turn.
Planetary class is 500, please.
A type of gas giant with an atmosphere capable of producing wind speeds greater than 10,000 kph.
So you want the class like letter that they use in
Yes.
Star Trek?
That's right.
Or what student class it might be. Math, science, history.
Pass.
Mercer,
Pass.
Mr. Vice President.
Pass. I watched this video, but I still couldn't remember it.
J.
That was Class J.
Indeed.
I'll take phasers for 300.
300.
What is a private little war?
That's right.
And I want to know, Mr. T, is that a commanding lead yet? Mr. Vice President, it's your turn.
TAE slugs for 200, please.
Captain's log starting at 5591.2. The crew of the Enterprise is ready for some well-deserved rest and recreation. Therefore, we have set course for the so-called shore leaf planet.
What was the episode? I watched it too. But I just can't remember what episode was on the bottom of the screen. Pass. This is really...
Omnicast.
Pass.
Mercer,
Pass.
Once upon a planet.
Why would they go back to a planet that gave them 40 minutes worth of problems in the previous episode the last time they went there? Why would they do that?
Because after they sorted the problems out, they all had a good time, apparently.
Oh, okay, I don't remember the episode, so I'm assuming you're right. They should have just gone to SETI Alpha 5. That would have been a good
SETI Alpha 5.
This is SETI Alpha 5.
Omnicast.
Let's do planetary descriptions for 400.
Normally considered uninhabitable for humans, but suitable for the Shellyak.
Oh, come on. Don't remember the class of the planet. Pass.
Mercer.
Let me think. I love this episode, so let me think for just a second.
It's a very good episode. I like
Oh,
it.
I love this episode. I just can't remember the letter, so I'm going to pass. But it's definitely a really good episode. At least
Mr. Vice President.
Pass.
That was Class
Class H. No. Yeah.
Mercer, you've got the lead and control.
I'll take planetary descriptions for 300.
Nicknamed Demon Class for its characteristic toxic atmosphere and hellish landscape.
I'm not going to guess. I'm just going to pass.
Mr. Vice President.
What is Class Y?
That is correct.
Good job. That was good.
Thanks.
I was going to guess Class
Nice.
D, but then I realized it wasn't a Class D.
And Mr. Vice President, it's your turn.
I'm going to go episode logs for 100, please.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
TAS logs, I'm sorry.
For
For 100.
100.
Captain's log started at 5392.4. The Enterprise has been assigned to escort 2 robot grain ships to Sherman's planet, which has been struck by crop failures and famine.
What is more trouble?
Very good.
Thanks.
Nice.
Thanks.
Well done. Well done. Omnicast, time to get on the board here.
I know, John, you're killing me. Anniversaries 500.
While on Risa, Archer had a nice chat with a couple from Vega Reticuli who were celebrating this number wedding anniversary.
Okay. I know it was a big one. I was 80 something, but I don't really remember. Pass.
Mercer.
Pass.
Mr. Vice President.
Pass.
They did a very
300.
big one. 300.
Wow.
I knew it would be something like I knew Guinan when she was a kid kind of number.
Mercer, it's your turn.
I'm going to go with 200 for planetary descriptions.
Considered barely habitable, often the home to plants but no animal life.
What is Class L?
That is correct.
That's where
Well-
Quark and Odo wound up on their mission together.
Well done, Mr. Vice President.
I'll finish off the phases category, please. What is encounter at 5 point?
Indeed, or 4-point encounter, depending on who you ask.
Omnicast.
Let's go. Sharks 500.
As a euphemism for their previous loan sharking, Sal explained that he and Carmine had been delegates for this profession's union.
I want to say it was something to do like construction or like plumbers. It was a simple reference to like a mob thing. All right, let's say what is construction union?
Close enough for me.
Construction workers.
Working workers, yeah.
Okay.
Are we talking
Work.
about which? Are we talking about the gangster episode of the original series?
No, that was Enterprise, the season 3
Stormfront.
opener
Stormfront.
when Archer's in
season
the past
4.
and he's in
Season
Brooklyn.
4, you mean? Okay.
Oh, 4, excuse me. Yeah,
Season 3, I think, had the Zindi in it. I don't.
after
yeah.
the Zindi. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Mercer, your turn.
I'll take Sharks for 400. Jaws, please.
Due to his success at poker, this character was referred to as a shark by Hala Ochokote.
Pass.
Mr. Vice President.
Pass.
Omnicast.
Success at poker. This character is referred to as a shark. Hollow Chipotle. Who is Barkley?
You got it.
Good job.
Mr. Vice President, it's your turn.
The TAS logs for 300, please.
First Officer's Log, supplemental. The Kazinti now possess a weapon potentially deadly to the entire galaxy.
What is the slaver's? What is slaver's weapon?
Very good.
Game is tightening.
Everybody's
said
catching up to me.
Hang on. I said slave and not. I said slavers, not slaver. Does that still count?
You're good, man. You got
It's
it.
fine.
You got it.
You're too honest.
No such thing as being too honest.
Yeah, I know, but you're still too honest, which is a good thing.
Omnicast, your turn.
2 anniversaries for 3.
Anniversaries for 3.
Neelix cooked up some cheese pierogies to be enjoyed by the crew on the 315th anniversary of this event.
What is First Contact?
That's right.
Except from
And
Cochrane's
we-
favorite.
Make it easy for him to catch up to me.
Not tonight. Let's make it hard.
Ooh, we
What
got a
is the
tie
anniver-
game,
I'll take-
Mercer.
I'll take anniversaries for 400. Hopefully, it's the same question.
To show their gratitude to the prophets, the Bajorans celebrated Hamara on the anniversary of this event.
I don't want to lose it, but I think I know what it is, but I'm going to pass.
Mr. Vice President.
Pass.
What was that?
He passed.
Pass. Sorry. Pass.
Omnicast.
What is the arrival of the emissary?
That's it.
Good job. I was going to guess the end of the occupation, but I'd be wrong, and Norma would be, I'd blame her.
Poor Normal.
Normal.
Mr. Vice President, it's your turn. Mr. VP.
Oops, sorry.
Logs for 400, please.
Captain's log stardate 5554.8. We have come upon one of the most fascinating discoveries we have ever seen. Plant life of extraordinary intelligence and technology.
I watched the video, but can't remember that one. Pass.
Omnicast.
Pass.
Mercer.
If I guessed a Ren and Stimpy episode, would that be correct? No, okay, I'll pass. I'm just kidding.
It depends on if the Ren and Stimpy episode has a right title.
Now, if there was a Ren and Stimpy episode called The Infinite Vulcan, that would be interesting.
Indeed.
I was thinking of the one where they went through the black hole, and then there was a bus that goes back to Jersey City. You remember that?
It's the story of my life.
Now
All
departing
right,
black hole for Jersey City.
Jersey City is a black hole.
Is it now? All right. Omnicast, your turn.
Let's do anniversaries for 200.
Worf was grateful to his friends for witnessing him endure the gauntlet of pain sticks on the 10th anniversary of this Klingon milestone.
What is the rite of ascension?
Very good.
Age of ascension.
Go Snuff.
He got it wrong. He got it wrong. He got it wrong.
All right. Mercer, your turn.
I'll take Sharks for 300.
Sharks for 3.
Oh, boy.
All right, Mercer. You are in second place. You are 800 points behind the leader, and you have 2,000 points that you could wager.
300, because I have no idea. It could be anything.
All right. Only 300.
What do you mean only?
Frederick LaRue, 19th century card shark, was played by this actor better known for his appearances on DS9.
Who is Marco Lamo?
You got it.
Nice.
Yeah, he was awesome, but I should have guessed more. But he was awesome.
Good
He's the neck, man. He's awesome.
He is the neck. All right. Mr. Vice President, it's your turn.
Good question, buddy.
I'm gonna go anniversaries for 100.
Sisko noted in his personal log that he had been having trouble sleeping around the time of the 4th anniversary of his wife's death in this battle.
What is the Battle of Wolf 359?
That is correct.
Wolf 359 was an inside job.
Yes, of course it was. Of course. All right. Omnicast, your turn.
Let's do Sharks for 2.
Sharks for 2.
This military organization had a mission patch that featured a shark.
Who are the Makos?
You got it.
Fantastic. Yeah, Mako Shark. Great question. These are great questions.
They are
Thank
good
you.
questions. Well, yeah.
They always are.
I'm going to go
All right.
planetary descriptions for 100.
100.
Generally, the most suitable for humanoid species.
What is Class M or a Minshara class planet?
You got it.
Nicely
Yay.
done.
Very good.
I wasn't sure if you were not going to take it if I didn't give what it stood for.
Yeah, the letters.
Mr. VP.
I'll risk it. Logs for 500, please.
Captain's log starting at 5501.2. We are orbiting the planet Lactor 7. Our mission is to discover the whereabouts or fate of a 6-member science crew.
I remember the log. Just what episode was it? No. My memory is terrible. I watched this earlier today. Pass.
Omnicast.
Pass.
Mercer.
I will be passing. Handoff, lateral, back lateral to the guy. There's nobody after me. So.
The eye of the beholder.
Indeed. All right. Omnicast, you get the last clue.
It's a good category, sharks.
During his promotion ceremony, some crewmates suggested that he be fed to the sharks.
Who was Worf?
Correct.
You ever notice when he gets back up there, he's got bloody knees? Maybe the sharks did get to him. Actually, it was from the paint from the ship. Did you know that was the same ship that was used in the Pirates of the Caribbean as the Interceptor?
Yeah, I heard
No.
that somewhere.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
John,
Yeah,
my brain
that
hurts.
Steel. The one that Captain Sparrow, Jack Sparrow, and Orlando Bloom, the one that they steal, the little one, that's the Interceptor. It's the same ship.
Oh, that's cool.
Interesting.
Yeah.
They redressed it, of course, but it's used in Hollywood a lot.
I'm going to put into the private chat the link for the Cosmo Buzz room.
Cosmo
So we can head on over there, and we'll be playing Final Jeopnerdy with this category.
The Royale.
Son of a gun. All right. Let's see here.
And while
And
we're
let me
getting
run
that-
down.
Sorry,
Go ahead, John.
Oh, I was just going to say that if anyone wants to join us in a later round coming up after this, you can go ahead and click on that link at the top of the chat.
And I do see Omnicast and Mercer in the Cosmo Buzz room. We're waiting on Mr. Vice President. There he is. I like the initials, by the way, Mr. Vice President. And let me run down the scores real quick. Omnicast has the lead at 3,400 points. Mercer's in second place at 2,500. And Mr. Vice President has 1,500.
Is this about quarter pounders?
Maybe.
Well, yeah, Chief.
Gonna find out now, aren't we? All right.
They don't call it a quarter pounder cheese. What do they call it? They call it a Royale with cheese.
All right,
The
I got
Big
your
Mac.
bet amounts in. Clear your text boxes, and here comes our clue.
On Theta 8 or 7, one or the other, amid storms composed of this toxic substance, An away team beamed into a breathable zone, which Riker compared to the eye of a hurricane.
Players, you have 30 seconds. Kapla!
You have a question, Mr. Vice President?
Yes, I might not have spelled it right, but I spelled it phonetically. Is that okay?
You're fine as long as it's close.
Okay, I hope it is.
All right, let me enter your responses into the system. And let's find out who our winner is. Mr. Vice President, you had 1,500 points entering final Jeopnerdy. Your response was?
Is ammonia? That is correct. Good work.
All right, nice job. What was your bet amount? 1,500, giving you 3,000 points.
Nice.
Very, very good. Very good. Mercer, you had 2,500 points, second place, and your response?
Ammonia tornadoes. Something I experienced in my bathroom. Thanks, Marvel. Well, you are indeed correct.
Very good. And your bet amount? Almost all of it. 2,498, giving you 4,998 points, and currently the leader. Very good. Omnicast, you had 3,400 points, and your response?
Ammonia. Very good.
All right, let's see if you bet enough here to win the game. 1,700 points, giving you 5,100 points.
How
And
close is
indeed,
that? Fantastic.
you are the champion.
Woo!
That was a good
Nicely
game,
done.
man. That was,
Hell of a-
I
that was a
losing when
great-
it's that close. It's like
That
200
was great.
points off. Less than 200 points off. Fantastic.
That was good. Mercer, you gave me a run for my money, man. And
That was
John,
awesome.
oh,
I hope to come back later if there's room, but if not, that was great. I'm
That
very
was-
happy with it. Good
Came
job,
from
Mr.
behind.
President.
I just
Oh.
wanted to say congratulations on the cast. Well done.
Thank you. Oh,
Extremely
great.
good game. Well done, everyone.
Thank you. That was
Thank you.
great.
thanks.
Pneumonia tornadoes. I love how LeVar Burton overreacts in those scenes when he's like, "Ooh." You know what I'm talking about? Like they're really trying to bring it with those little budgets that they have. Well, Burton tornadoes. Oh my gosh, disgusting. I got to tell you, Royale is probably my favorite episode. That's not a good episode.
I mean, it's definitely a budget saver, you know.
I
And
loved it.
the writing wasn't that great either, but yeah,
I never
fun.
get sick of watching it. Like if I'm like 3 a.m. and I need something to watch, I'm like half asleep.
I like when
Royale
Worf
again.
answers the telephone. Hello?
Yeah,
Yes.
I just watched Royale again. They said they want rooms. They said they want to know if we want the room clean.
Room service.
It's great. I don't care what anyone says. The Royale is great. It's just there's nothing wrong with it. Well,
Data
good
plane
luck on
craps.
the next round, Omnicast.
Yes.
Keeping the dream alive. Thanks for a great game, and thank you, Stephen, Mr. President.
Mr. Vice President, thank you.
That was a
Mercer.
fantastic game. It was really as close as we could possibly do it. It was.
Yeah, I
that
couldn't even get on the board there for a while. Those questions were killing me. The animated series, and
Yeah.
I couldn't remember Operation Annihilate, and I go, here we go. But wow.
I was annoyed at myself with the Infinite Vulcan's phaser question. I chickened out and didn't guess it, and I was nearly going to guess it because I thought the background was Infinite Vulcan, but I chickened out because the points were so high. And if I guessed it, it might have been a different game for me. But there you go.
How many episodes were there of the animated series? I haven't watched it in so
like
long.
25, I think.
Yeah.
20.
I was
22.
afraid. I was afraid of
22,
the
yeah.
sharks
Yeah.
category. I was really afraid. It was actually not that bad of a category, but I
Hmm.
was just afraid to penetrate it. I was afraid to. That's the wrong word. I was afraid to go there.
The sharks. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know what the heck they were talking about. So, but it was a good category. One thing I noticed about the
Is it-
Orville is that if you
Really?
look at the Orville from the side, it's got the four shark skills on the shot in the side. It looks like a shark.
I think we're
notice
going to
that?
need a bigger starship.
Yeah. All right, I'll let you guys go. Can I stay backstage here?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, awesome. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Mercer.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm going to put you guys backstage, and we'll bring up Omnicast's next two challengers. So welcome Mikey and Resolute Germ.
Hey,
Mikey
Germ.
Germ.
How's it going? Hello, all.
Good. Mikey's coming from Tau Alpha C as usual, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a little bit farther out than that.
Ooh.
There's my beard. Progress
Nice.
on the beard here. Thank you.
Did we lose some people in the back?
Yeah, we had some people backstage
I'm
earlier,
not
but it looks
sure.
like they left.
Yeah.
No,
Not sure.
they're too afraid to face Omnicast, I suppose.
Oh, man.
Most
Oh.
likely. Yes.
Well,
Come on.
yeah, he's most
Bring it.
omni. That's why I called him omni-dominant cast, because he's been dominant the last 3 weeks.
I have my moments, but John's trying to do me in. I can see. We got more animated series questions coming, I'm sure, and the units of measurement killed me the other night. So yeah, let's go.
I'm ready if you're ready,
And-
Germ.
And how's Germ today?
Yeah. Not too bad.
Good.
All right. Are you all ready to play?
Let's go for it.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's
for
go.
It. Yep.
Let's play Jeopnerdy.
Yeah.
First category is TAS logs, but this time you're going to identify the character who's recording the log. For series 25th anniversaries, I'm going to give you a year, and you tell me which Star Trek series had its 25th anniversary in that year. Our visual category is Phasers Type 2. You'll be identifying the episode of the movie. We have whales, followed by planetary classes. This time I'm going to name a planet, and you tell me what class it is.
All right. At Omnicast, you are the returning champion. You go first.
Let's do series 25th anniversaries for 2.
2012.
1987. So that would be what is Star Trek: The Next Generation?
Very good.
I'll do some math there. Okay.
Indeed. I'd sneak it in somewhere.
Yeah, that's true.
Mikey.
Okay. Let's see. Yeah, let's go with. Let's try series 25th anniversaries for 500.
Oh, going for the big.
Oh, you
bucks.
undercut me on that one, Mikey.
2018.
Let's see. 25th being 93. Okay, let's see. What is Voyager?
That is incorrect.
Germ.
What is the animated series?
I'm afraid that is incorrect as well.
Omnicast.
What is Star Trek: Deep Space Nine?
There it is.
Deep Space Nine. Oh, I knew it was one or the other.
Oh, yeah, it's a decade
Hey,
off. Okay.
yeah, slightly.
Germ. Your
Let's
turn.
go 400. Same category.
2020.
That would be what is Voyager.
That's correct.
Yeah, no, that would be Voyager.
Omnicast, back to you.
Let's do 25th anniversaries, 300.
1998.
What is Star Trek the Animated Series?
That's right.
Mikey?
Okay, let's finish it. Series 25th. 100.
1991.
Yeah, that would be the original series. What is the original series? Star
You
Trek.
got it.
Thank you. I had a feeling. Easy one.
Good feeling. Germ, it's your turn.
Let's try TAS logs 500.
Wow. Okay.
We are in orbit around Planet 2 in the Taurian system. Probes and sensors indicate there was once a vast civilization here.
And you want the character, right?
Yes.
Who is... Oh, it's one of those two. Spock.
I'm afraid not.
Omnicast.
Pass.
Mikey. Mikey. Mikey, are
Yeah.
you there?
Oh. Who is Kurt? I said Kurt.
That is
Yeah,
incorrect,
I said
I'm
Kirk.
afraid.
I tried to get it in before it stopped.
You got it, but Kirk is
It is?
incorrect
Oh,
response,
okay.
I'm afraid. Yes. That was actually
Yeah.
Scotty.
Aye.
I thought I was going with the
That
safe
was
answer.
Scotty said it. Okay.
Omnicast. Your turn.
Let's do Phasers Type 2 for 2. What is In a Mirror Darkly Part 2?
You got it.
That's a great shot. In
The
more
expression
ways
on his
than
face. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, it is.
one. Mikey, your turn.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Okay. TAS logs, characters for 100.
We have 11 minutes of real time left to reach the dead star, but all around my crew are turning into children, unable to operate the ship.
Who is Captain Kirk?
That's right.
There we go.
Germ.
Let's
Yeah,
get
that's
out of the
some
hole.
character
Same
insight.
category, 200.
I have returned to the past in an attempt to restore the future. I am home, and I had almost forgotten its beauty.
Who is Spock?
That's right.
Good job.
Omnicast.
I'll be
your
back in a
turn.
minute.
Which
Let's
from
do Phasers
yesterday.
Type 2 for 300, please.
Do you want to wait for Germ?
Oh, I'm
to come
sorry.
back?
Did he have to leave? Yeah.
He said I'll be right back.
Oh, okay.
Just in case it gets to him,
Yeah,
I
so the
think
one
we
I
should
got-
wait for him.
Okay.
We're waiting on you, Germ.
Yeah, so the first one I answered was the Territon incident, and the other one was yesteryear. I did my homework.
Ah,
Well,
welcome, Kronos.
the Territon incident was one where they get smaller.
Yeah,
But the one where they become
Oh.
children is the counterclock incident.
the counterclock incident. Right, okay. Thank you,
Not Rascals?
John, for correcting. Yeah. Where they're flying backwards.
Yes.
Yeah, Robert April, the captain of the Enterprise. Yeah.
You're back, Resolute?
Yeah.
Excellent.
All right. Could you repeat the your selection, Omnicast?
I said phasers type 2 for 300, I believe.
Oh boy.
What is the way of the warrior?
That's right.
Nice.
This shot got to me when I saw it in, just a still frame. It looks like this guy's shooting Kira's shoulder.
He probably is. They had to arc that phaser effect over her shoulder, huh? He's a little low.
Mikey, your turn.
Okay. Let's try TAS logs for 300.
Medical examinations show an unidentified substance in the bloodstream has affected their entire metabolism and changed them into water breathers.
Who is Dr. McCoy?
That's right.
Yay. Back to 0.
Well done. Well done.
Thank you.
Germ.
Thank you.
Let's finish out TAS.
Yay!
All right, Germ, you have 200 points. You are 2,300 points behind the leader, but you can bet up to
Go for it all.
1,000?
All 1,000.
All right. For 1,000.
Due to Chief Engineering Officer Scott's euphoric state of mind, I am assuming command of the Enterprise.
That would be Uhura. Who is Uhura?
You got it.
Nice.
Well done. Well done.
You knew that category would pay off sooner or later.
Yeah, that was for the Lorelei signal. Yeah, that was good.
Yes.
I like that.
Omnicast.
That was a great episode.
Let's do phasers type 2 for 400, please. What is conspiracy?
That's it.
Correct.
Now, for me, that should have been the 100 clue. So that's
too
very
easy.
recognizable.
Yeah.
For
Yeah,
me.
because
For
it's
me.
very, yeah.
Yeah.
That's exactly
Mikey.
in the chair. Okay, let's go phasers. Type 1, or, excuse me, type 2 for 100. Yay. Ah, that is from, what is Star Trek 3, The Search for Spock?
That's correct.
Now get in the closet.
All right. Yeah, now get in the closet. I'm done.
Germ.
Mr. Adventure.
He's been
Hey,
doing too
get
good
in.
at this one, so I'll have to block with type 2 phasers 5. Really, a random Vidian episode. Pass.
Omnicast.
Is that Vidian?
That's the one. I know that one. What is deadlock?
That's right.
And it's your turn, Omnicast.
Let's do planetary classes for 2.
Regula.
What is a planetoid?
I'm looking for a letter class in this case.
Oh, Jesus. That's... Yeah. I don't have it. Pass or
Mikey.
Would that be Class M? What is Class M?
That is incorrect.
Germ.
Okay.
I remember it's something real stupid. What is Class R?
That is incorrect. It was a Class D.
Class D. Okay.
remember planet. Yeah. All right.
All right.
All right. Mikey, it's time to get back in the positive territory again. It's your turn.
Yes. Planetary classes examples for 100.
Talos 4.
Well, I would assume that's a Class M planet, so I'll say what is Class M?
You would be correct.
Mm-hmm.
Yay!
Germ.
Which tri-planetary class is 5?
Hadara.
Pass.
Omnicast.
I remember it was Voyager, but I don't know the class. Pass.
Mikey?
Yeah, but it's not coming up with a pass, please. Pass.
That was
Damn it.
Class Y.
The Demon Planet. The Demon Planet. Of course.
Class Y. No, I wouldn't have got that.
I forgot
That
the
was the
name.
one with the
Planet.
holograms,
But I
wasn't it?
never got that.
Yes, it was.
Hadara.
Yeah.
I should have
Omni?
chickened out on that one.
That was, yeah. I don't like this category. Let's do whales for 200.
Dr. Taylor lamented the endangered status of this species, the largest creature ever to inhabit the Earth.
What are humpback whales?
That is incorrect.
Mikey.
Let's see. Yeah, it wasn't the humpback. Was that the blue whale? What is the blue whale?
That would be correct.
Blue whales? The blue whales? The big blue whales?
Yep.
Yay!
Nice.
I remember my Star Trek 4. There
And Mikey, it's your turn.
we go. Oh, well, let's see. Let's go 100 on the whales.
Lilly compared Picard's obsession with the Borg to this captain's hunt for a certain whale.
Yes, what is the white whale from Moby Dick?
I'm looking for the name of the
White
captain.
whale. Oh, Captain Moby. Oh, come on! Damn it! Jamil and his white hump. Ah, damn! I can't get it. Sorry.
Germ.
Who is Captain Ahab?
That's right.
Ahab, that's it. Thank you, Jordan. Yeah, couldn't get that. It was on.
And Germ.
Or should I say the whale's tongue?
And Germ, it's your turn.
Ahab.
Let's get rid of that 500.
After Kirk and Spock were transformed into water breathers, McCoy detected something in their bloodstream that was similar to this substance found in Earth whales.
Pass.
Omnicast.
Pass.
Mikey.
I think I know what it is, but that's too close to final.
Is it ambergris?
Indeed it is.
Yeah.
Hence the name of the episode.
Ambergris. Yeah, I should win PAS. Damn it.
And Omni.
Okay.
Let's do whales for 4.
One reason that the Cetacean Institute decided to release George and Gracie was the cost of feeding them this much shrimp each day.
Oh, man. There was an amount said. I don't.
Yep.
Yeah. Pass.
Mikey.
This one I didn't memorize, and I'm afraid to give the number, but I know it was in pounds of shrimp. Or tons of shrimp. Pass.
Germ.
I can't decide between the two answers, so I gotta pass.
It was 2 tons.
2
2
tons.
tons.
Between 2
Wow,
and 3
2
tons, I
tons.
couldn't lock down on it.
It's a lot of shrimp.
Wow. Wow.
Indeed. And Mikey, your turn.
Yeah, let's finish this category for 300 whales.
Picard compared the crystalline entity to this species that consumed millions of cuttlefish as it roamed the oceans.
Oh my god. I remember watching the episode, but yeah, damn if I know what kind of fish eats cuttlefish. No, I'm not gonna try it. Pass.
Germ.
Pass.
What is humpback?
That is incorrect.
Omnicast.
What is the sperm whale?
That's right.
Oh, that was what I was gonna think of guessing. Good job on me.
It's not evil. It's feeding.
Yeah, I thought it was a sperm one.
Germ. 3 or 400.
Let's go 400.
Injury 8.
What is Class L?
That's correct.
Well done. Well done. All right,
Wow,
Omnicast, you
nice.
get the last
Good
clue.
job,
Are you
Mr.
ready?
Okay, yeah, let's do it.
Mud.
Yeah.
Mud's.
Mud's planet.
Yeah, pass.
Mikey.
No, I'm not doing it. Pass.
Germ.
Pass.
It was Class K.
We all
Oh,
agreed
yeah.
on that.
K.
That was a Class K planet. Yeah. Okay. K. I don't think I would have got that.
All right, let's head on over to
That was for
final
my mud, right?
Jeopnerdy.
Yeah.
Again, the link for Cosmo Buzz is in the private chat. Omnicast, you're already in the room.
No. I think I may have clicked it again.
Okay.
That's
let me
okay.
click this again. Oh,
And let's reveal our
yeah, it
category.
went from the second.
Birthday presents.
Oh,
I'll kick the old player
Okay,
birthday
thank you.
present. Did you get my
for how
name?
much you would like.
I put Mikey in there.
I don't
Yeah.
see you, Mikey. Are you
Okay.
clicking the link in the private chat?
I did, the second one. Yeah. That you just posted. How's that?
I'm still not seeing you.
Okay. Room with code Mikey does not exist. All right.
You shouldn't
let
be
me just,
having to put in a room code at all.
Right. I'm refreshing. Okay. Now
The room code I put the room code in the private chat. But
yeah, and
if
I
you
just
click
put
the
in my
link,
name, Mikey.
I'm
Yeah,
not
I
seeing you.
hit OK, thanks. I hit OK, thanks, and then it went right to this room code, and then it says enter your name, and I put in Mikey. I did put
Okay.
Mikey in there, and then underneath it says join, and it said never to hit join. So
No, you need to join.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
you do?
definitely need
Oh.
to hit join.
There you
Oh,
are.
there it is. There I am. Oh my God, that's why I did it wrong. Okay, I'll enter my amount now. Sorry about that. There you go. I put in my amount.
All right. Let me enter your amounts.
I'll never get these things. I can tell you.
All right. And let's reveal our clue.
Okay.
For Janeway's birthday, Chakotay created a replica of this item, which had belonged to a British captain who got his crew home after his ship was hit by a typhoon in the Pacific?
Players, you have 30 seconds. Kapla!
There you go. Yeah, do you see mine, Professor? Okay,
I do.
awesome. Okay.
Find out who the winner is. Mikey, you had 400 points entering final Jeopnerdy. Your response was?
I guess the ship Resolute.
Unfortunately, that is incorrect.
Okay.
How much did you wager?
Almost
all of it.
Almost all of it. I love going down the one. That's my thing.
Yep, it gives you 1 point. Resolute Germ, you had 1,600 points.
Okay.
Your response?
A watch. Very good. Like a watch.
How much was your wager?
Good-
You
good
double
job,
your
Dave.
score, 3,200 points.
Ooh,
Nice job.
yeah.
Good job. And Omnicast, you were in the lead at 3,900 points. Your response?
A watch. Very good.
And how much did you wager? 500 points, giving you 4,400 points. And once again, you are the champion.
Congratulations, Omni.
Thank you.
Yep.
Nice.
Good
Wow.
game, Andre.
Man. Not making it easy,
Resolute,
but
you
it's
put
still
up
fun.
a great fight, man. Good job.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
That was
I
good.
Yeah.
cowered out on some of those $500 questions.
It's tough. And the animated series, come on, man. You know, but that's all right. You knew those. See, I didn't. You had a lot of that. It helped you.
Well, doing the homework really helps when he does Thursday Trek. Because you know he's going to use those questions in the game.
What, the hurricane?
So,
Yeah.
yes.
Actually,
Yeah,
that
I don't
Star
think I
Trek
would've
Day
got it.
video was nice
no, I
too.
would have got ammonia.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would have got
Yeah.
ammonia. But ammonia is spelled with 2 M's, guys, just so you know. Not
No,
one.
excuse me.
That's okay. Spell Trick or Treat show to the rescue, as always.
Well, Mr. President used the Y, so I mean, all right. Yeah, we all got the message.
Yeah, I know, and I didn't want to make fun of him. So, yeah, I just missed it by one letter, whatever. Yeah,
Mhm.
you still got the answer right. All of you did. So, great games. Yeah.
Well,
Now,
thanks
if he asked for the
good
periodic table, then I'd have trouble. If he asked for the element number, that wouldn't work.
Yeah,
That
if
would
you
be
asked
next
for the measures, the units of measure, I just killed myself and said, bad math. Yeah, right. All right, man.
You might have just gave John an idea.
I know I shouldn't have said it.
Possible.
I should not have said it. I realized it as soon as I said it. I wanted to take it back in. Shoot.
Let me just write that down.
He's writing it down. Yeah,
I told
atomic number, periodic
Atomic
elements. In the episode
Uh.
of Star Trek Voyager, they mentioned beryllium. What is atomic number? Is that?
And you, Omni, you gave him some great.
I know. I'm just
questions.
going to keep my big mouth shut from now on. I'm not saying anything anymore. I'm not giving this man any more ideas. Okay. He's starting to figure out my weaknesses anyway. He knows how to get me. All right. And I'm not. I have to watch it.
Yeah. Do we have any more players backstage? If not, I'm
We do
willing
have a
to
couple
come
players
back if you want me
backstage, yes.
to. Okay, good. I'll wait in the back then.
Thomas, I did not cough. I don't know where you're getting us.
Who knows?
He's giving you a signal, maybe. That's why he called. I'm just kidding, Jeff. He didn't call. You didn't call. I didn't hear a call.
That's just more wild conspiracies from the likes of Thomas Potts.
Right.
Come join us,
Okay.
Thomas.
I'll wait back
Yes.
stage then if you guys want me to.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Yeah. Thanks, Mikey.
All right.
Thanks,
Oh,
Mikey.
you're welcome,
Thanks,
Andy.
Resolute.
Thank you, Resolute.
I'm reading the comments now. Catching up now. You guys are funny. Thank you,
They
Indie
are.
Tiger, for the congrats. I appreciate it.
Yeah, Indy Tiger, come on up.
Yeah.
We need some players. So if you'd like to join us, just click that link at the top of the chat.
Carl Becker is new here.
You can be a player on Jeopnerdy.
If we have any new players, we're welcome to join, bring you up. Otherwise, it looks like we have Mercer and Mr. Vice President returning from round 1.
Uh-oh.
I want to give anyone the option who hasn't played yet. If you want to go ahead and join us for that last round, you can click on that link at the top of the chat.
Come on, guys. It's fun.
Absolutely. Cap After Dark, come on up. Thomas Potts, you're welcome to be here. Indy Tiger,
Indeed.
it'd be great to see you on the show.
Isn't
Brad Wolf.
T-Dowd going to join us too, or he left already?
I think
He
left.
did leave.
Yeah.
He did leave.
It's a time difference over there.
Carl Becker, come on up.
Come on, get.
Where is that bunny?
Oh no, there was somebody called the original True Ultimate Champion here earlier, but they seem to have left.
Typical. Typical. So typical. That's okay, Brad Wolf.
Yeah.
But you're always welcome.
Indeed. Let's go ahead and bring up then Mercer and Mr. Vice President. Give it another go.
Deja vu all over again.
Just wanted to say hi again, and I didn't realize he was in the audience before. Hi to Indie Tiger. Good to know that you're watching. And hope you
There
can
is
join
this.
us.
Now, I just want to let you guys know that it is raining here, so there is a 10 or 15% probability that I might lose you, but I hope not. Everything seems to be working okay, but it is raining here.
I don't have a voice either, Carl. So you're still welcome to come on up.
The Cardassians cut your vocal cords a long time ago, right?
Yeah, he could come up and
Yeah.
replace me if anybody like. I want to play, but if anybody else wants to play, I'll put myself. I'll just watch.
Germ, I'm not buying it. The bunny is afraid. He's deathly afraid. Oh, well.
Oh, a microphone. Okay, yeah, that would.
Microphone would help.
Right.
True. Well, if you're ready, gentlemen, we'll get started on round 3.
Let's do it.
All right.
By the way, if he decides to come up, he could take over my game if he gets a microphone. But we'll start. But if
Yeah, he's going to go right to the store right now and get a microphone.
Oh, I thought maybe he was looking for one in like his stuff. But he could go right to the store. You never know.
He might. All right, gentlemen, let's play Jeopnerdy.
Yeah.
So now we're going back to TAS logs. This time you're going to fill in the blank. Okay, film 25th anniversaries. Similar idea as last time. I'm going to give you a year and you identify the movie. Phasers type 3. You're identifying the movie or the film.
I didn't see that one coming at all.
Fish. And finally, planetary classes. This time I'm telling you the episode, and you tell us the class of the planet featured in said episode.
Wow.
Right. Omnicast.
What happened to the Ghostbusters category?
I have a question, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
For the 25th anniversary question, is it considered cheating to use a calculator to try and work it out?
Well, you're not going to have much time to answer.
That's true. But if I'm quick enough, would it be considered cheating or not?
I'd say it's not cheating as long as you're not actually looking up the answer.
No, I wouldn't never look it up. I just
I-
meant for
I
the
didn't think
next
so.
part.
But-
Okay. All right.
That would not be you, Mr. Vice President.
No, I would never cheat. I would never cheat. That's why I'm asking about the calculator component. So I only even follow the rule.
All right, Omnicast, you are returning champion once again. You go first.
Let's do film 25th anniversaries for 400, please.
2019.
What is Star Trek Generations?
That's correct.
Well done. And Mercer.
I'll take film for 500.
2014.
What is Star Trek the Voyage Home?
That is incorrect.
Mr. Vice President.
I'm gonna pass on that one.
Omnicast.
What is Star Trek V, The Final Frontier?
Close enough. The true title, of course, is Life is But a Dream.
Life's but a dream. Indeed.
Attack of the Marshmallows.
I kind of blocked that film out of my mind. That's why I didn't use it. I just kind of skipped it. Do I get credit for that?
Right now.
I didn't count it, which should be a good thing.
And if Jay was here, he would be chewing you out something fierce.
No doubt.
All right, Mr. Vice President, it's your first turn in this game.
I'm gonna go phases type 3 for 300, please. What is? Oh, I can't think of the episode name. Pass. I'm annoyed at myself.
Omnicast.
What is Dark Frontier?
That's it.
And it's your turn, Omnicast.
Let's do film 25th anniversaries for 300, please.
It's 2023.
What is Star Trek Insurrection?
That's correct.
Just got that on 4K Blu-ray.
Did it make the movie any better?
I don't think it's that bad of a film.
I know. The upscaling, I mean. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Definitely better than DVD.
You know what? Real quick, what I wish they had done with the movie is have them recognize that the heroes are wrong. Like their point of view is the wrong point of view. Because I really believe
Is
that.
it?
Yeah, I do.
Well, that's a little bit debatable.
I think there's some wrong on both sides, actually. And Mercer, it is your turn.
I will go with fish for 400.
In Worf's opinion, this fish-like species was a handsome race.
I was gonna say the Mon Calamari, but I'm not going to. So I'm gonna pass.
Mr. Vice
If
President.
been a trap, I would have hated the
Pass.
Omnicast.
Who are the Antedians?
That's correct.
They be the ones.
But I think I should have gotten points for that.
Well, Loxana said they look better on a plate, right? So it is close. I mean,
Mr. VP, your turn.
Didn't get my joke.
I'm gonna go phases type 3 for 200, please.
200.
What is the siege of siege of whatever that big one number is, 44538.
I'm sorry, but not quite.
Omnicast.
I gave it a go.
Was that a star date, or was that a what is
Omnicast.
what is the siege of AR 558?
There you go.
You know where they got the number 558 from?
What's that?
Give us the production number.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
production number.
I thought it was a what is it? Lost in Space reference. Billy
Oh,
Mooney.
because of the dude bit from Lost in Space.
Yeah.
Kevin. Yeah, I heard real quick. I heard that the Desiree actress was like laughing at the producers when they had her fighting a Jeopner. I mean, the Jeopner can squash her. It's like 1 foot.
So that was a good attempt, Mr. Vice President. I have to
You made
admit.
me laugh. Yeah, that was very good.
Omnicast, your turn.
Let's do phasers type 3 for 400. Oh, it is living. What was it called again? Living Witness. What is Living Witness?
That's correct.
I was gonna guess James Bond.
It's the Starfleet way.
I was totally saying James Bond in that picture, man. She's badass.
I love Tuvok in that episode.
Mercer, it's your turn.
Phasers. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do planetary classes 400. I'm afraid of these questions.
Yeah, these are rough, man.
Muse.
Yeah, okay.
Pass.
Mr. Vice President.
Pass.
Omnicast.
Pass.
That was Class L.
And Mr. VP, it's your turn.
TA slugs for 200.
Ambassadors from all Federation planets are waiting to honor the Enterprise's distinguished passenger, Commodore Blank, first captain of the USS Enterprise.
Who is Robert April?
That's correct.
Nice. Must be watching Strange New Worlds.
I'm
I'm sorry.
that
Okay,
happen?
never mind.
What? What was that?
Never mind. I'm sorry.
I did cough there. I did cough, Thomas.
Hang on.
But only there.
First of all, in that strange continuity headache series, they get it right wrong to Admiral. It's only in the true TAS series that his rank is correct.
You see what I started, guys. You see. I should have kept my mouth shut again. You're right. I'm just going to mute myself.
The Vice President is correct.
Well, you can't mute yourself right now, Omnicast, because it is your turn.
Okay.
I object in the strongest possible terms, sir.
See what I started? You see what I started? Phasers type 3, 500, please.
All right. You got quite a lead, Omnicast. You have 3,600 points. Your nearest competitor is 3,400 points behind you.
Just bet it all, dude. That's the only way to play.
Just,
bet it all.
Yeah. That sounds like not a good idea. Let's do 200, please.
All right, for 200.
What is the Magnificent Ferengi?
Good thing you didn't bet that much because that is incorrect.
Oh,
That was from
Empok Nor. Oh, yeah.
Empok
All right,
Nor.
good. Good. I'm glad I didn't bet that much.
Okay, Mercer, your turn.
I will bet. No, I will play. I'm sorry. 25th. No, I'll bet planetary for 300.
Planetary for 3.
The Ascent.
Oh, what is Class L?
You got it.
Funny that I got.
Well done. Well done. And Mr. Vice President, I just kind of looked at your camera there, and looks like you're in the dark.
I'm not in the dark. The problem is, there's a very bright sun coming in the door and window behind me, but I can't shut the curtains right now, so I
Okay.
apologize.
It is your turn.
I'm gonna go with. I'm gonna finish the phase and start 3 question for category for 100. Oh, it's very easy. What is Star Trek First Contact? A lovely film,
Correct.
by the way. Amazing.
Simulate this, normal.
She's in one of her moods right now.
She was in a mood last week, too.
Yeah, she gets in her moods. Yeah.
All right, Omnicast, your turn.
She's my baby princess, so it doesn't matter.
Let's do film 25th for 200, please.
2004.
What is Star Trek: The Motion Picture?
That's right.
Done. Mercer.
I'm gonna go with Fish for 5,000 points because I need all those points.
Well, I can give you 500.
What good is that? It's not gonna help me.
Sure, it will. You want 500?
Yeah.
During the reception for the Evora, Picard directed the chef to skip the fish course so the Enterprise could be on her way to this sector.
I'm going to take a chance because I have nothing to lose. What is the Gorvin sector?
Unfortunately not.
Mr. Vice President.
I'm gonna pass, sorry.
Omnicast.
It's the Briar Patch, but I don't remember the sector. I'll pass as well.
That was sector 441.
Yeah.
Does
The
anyone
411 and the
remember?
441.
Does anyone remember when
Right.
we used to be explorers?
Eugene Chafal.
Explorers? Whenever were they explorers? All right, Mr. Vice
You know,
President.
my neck size is the same as it was at the academy.
Sure, it is.
Mr. VP, it's your turn.
Oh, sorry about that.
That's alright. I'm gonna go TAS logs for 300, please.
On outward course beyond the fringe of our blank, towards Questar M17, a source of mysterious radio emissions.
What is Galaxy?
That's correct.
Indeed, indeed, indeed.
What a softball question.
Omnicast, your turn.
Let's do Fish for 300.
Hoshi's efforts to figure out his favorite food included asking his old friend about a restaurant he used to visit which specialized in fish.
She's trying to figure out who is Malcolm Reed.
That's right.
I was going to answer Gordon Shumway.
Yes, Mr. BP.
Oh, I just wanted people to hear how loud I laughed and Gordon shut my mouth. That was a cool reference, man. Very cool.
Thanks.
All right, Mercer, your turn.
I'm going to go with planetary letters for 500.
500?
Yeah.
Good Shepherd.
What is Class M? Because I have no idea, and I need some points.
It is not Class M.
Mr. VP.
I watched the episode because it featured enlisted people, but I can't remember the name of the planet. Pass.
I've never seen the episode.
Omnicast.
They were charting a nebula or something, but I'm going to pass. It was dark matter nebula or something. They were. What is it? T. Yeah.
Class T.
Excuse me.
To a T. Mr. VP.
Oops, let me go there.
I'm gonna go TAs for 400, please.
The Starship Blank has already picked up the drug and will transfer it to a freighter, the SS Huron, for delivery to the Enterprise.
Oh, I was hoping Huron was gonna be the blank.
That's funny.
No, I'm gonna have to pass. I'll kick myself as soon as it's revealed, though.
Omnicast.
Pass.
Mercer.
Nirmal and I are going to pass.
The Potemkin.
And Omnicast, your turn.
Let's do fish for 2.
He had that fish removed from the ready room, preferring to display his son's artwork.
Who is Captain Jellicoe?
That's right.
Wait a minute. Wasn't he on the Sea Quest?
Do we get bonus points if we get the name of the fish? It could be the $100 question.
That could be the $100 question. That's why I didn't.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go with 100 for fish.
All right.
He was a big fan of pan-fried catfish.
Who is Charles Tucker III? Trip.
You got it.
And the fish's name is? Come on, Mercer.
Livingston. Livingston, which is a great name.
All right, Mr. Vice President.
I'm going to go TAs for 100 this time.
Preparing to beam aboard the Enterprise following the Dramian ceremonies honoring Dr. Blank for his significant achievements in the field of interstellar medicine.
Could you read it one more time, please? Sorry, John.
Preparing to beam aboard the Enterprise following the Dramian ceremonies honoring Dr. Blank for his significant achievements in the field of interstellar medicine.
No. Pass.
Omnicast.
Pass.
Mercer.
Come on, I gotta pass. I have no clue.
I think you're overthinking this one.
Leonard McCoy.
You could have done blank McBlank. I mean, that would have been a little easier, but just saying.
Didn't he win the Carrington Award?
I think that was somebody else.
I love that scene where Odo comes up to Bashir and he's like, a friend of a friend who's a brother of somebody whose wife serves at Starfleet Academy has told me something that you should know. I love how straight he played it too, like he was serious.
You have a question, Mr. Vice President?
No, sorry, I was been blank for a second. I suddenly thought we put up hands for whose turn it was. Don't ask me why. The heat is getting to me. The summer, the spring heat.
No problem.
All right, Omnicast, it is your turn.
Let's finish out film 25th for 100.
2011.
That would be Star Trek IV, The Voyage Home.
That's right.
You'll have a whale of a good
What is-
time. You'll have a whale of a good time.
I hope so.
You need
Mercer, it's your turn.
You need exact change.
Double dumbass on you.
Yeah, I'll take 200 for planetary bot. Whatever. What do we do in an episode? Naming the episode. Okay.
Naming the class of the planet.
Oh, okay. I thought it says episodes.
Well, I'm going to give you the
Yeah.
episode.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You want 200?
Yeah. Sure.
Ceasefire.
What is Class D?
That's correct.
Wow.
Hey. I love that episode.
Mr. Vice President.
Logs for 500, please.
Honorary Commander Ari Bin Bem. He's from the planet Blank in the Garo 7 system.
No. I watched it this morning. My memory is just shocking. Pass. Sorry.
Omnicast.
Pass.
Mercer.
Pass.
This one will forgive you for not knowing the name of the planet Pandro.
Panthro?
Pandro.
Pandro.
Oh, I thought it was the guy from Thundercats.
Panthro. He's driving the
Afraid
tank.
not. All right. Omnicast, you get the last clue. Planetary Classes episodes for 100.
Demon.
Sorry, you want the episode name? Is that?
I want the class of the planet.
Oh, what is
episode.
class? Sorry, what is class Y?
That's correct.
What is Class Y not?
We had a question about that in the earlier round. I gave Omnicast the answer in the earlier round. He should give half his points to me.
I may have already known it, but you just made me laugh so hard when you gave a star date as the episode name. That was great. The Siege of AR 52469.2.
We have to learn not to volunteer unnecessary information.
Right,
it's a hard habit to break.
All right. Mercer, unfortunately, you will not be joining us in final Jeopnerdy, but Omnicast,
Can I
Mr.
join as
Vice...
an honorary contestant with getting 0 points?
I suppose you could.
Yay!
So if you'd follow the link to Cosmobuzz that I place in the private chat, please. And Omnicast, oh, okay. Yep, I still see you.
All right, good.
Is it the same room or different room, Jeff?
It is the same room, but you're not in there. You may have to enter again. Just for the record, Normal is betting. What is that number? Minus 6 million points.
A bold wager.
Has to be in their real numbers, right? Negative numbers aren't real numbers, right, John?
Well, they are real numbers.
Okay.
But it's not going to help you a whole lot if you bet a negative amount.
They're not integers. How's that?
Technically, they can be integers.
Oh, man.
It can be, yeah.
Okay.
All right. As you see, Mr. Vice President, running down the scores, Omnicast, you have 5,200 points in the lead. Mr. Vice President, you have 1,000. Enter your bet amounts, please.
Don't we see the category first before we enter the wager?
Stormy weather.
Thank you. I forgot
No
to
problem.
do that.
What is ammonia tornado?
Stormy weather.
Tonight I'm gonna have a glass of Canar with Damar.
How about that?
You're right.
And let's reveal. Oh, Mercer, you left. Let's reveal our clue.
During an attempted landing on a planet, Voyager was caught in a cyclone and nearly crashed in this episode.
Players, you have 30 seconds. Kapla! And just for the record, Nermal is responding, what is the attack of aliens with bumps on their foreheads?
We'll see if he's correct.
I thought it was the Eskimo in the sky.
All right. Mr. VP, you had 1,000 points, and your response was?
Pass.
I couldn't.
Unfortunately not.
Yeah. I couldn't think of it at all.
All right, let's see how much you did wager. All of it, taking it down to 0. Omnicast, unless you bet at all, you'll be the winner. But let's see what your response was.
Tattoo. That is correct.
And how much was your wager? Wow, 3,000 points, taking you 8,200 points, and definitively, with a commanding lead, you are the champion.
Thank you. And thank you for a good game, Mercer, Mr. Vice President. Questions from John again. Professor, thank you.
You know, this game is almost the only thing that would make this game better is if you did it instead of doing it after Jeopardy, you do it after Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, so that way I can phone friend.
We should reformat the game. Who are you going to call?
Yeah, dude, that would be pretty cool. Actually, years ago, I went to Hollywood Studios in Orlando, and they had Star Wars weekends where they did Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, but all the questions were about Star Wars.
Oh, that must have been fun.
That would be cool though if you could do Jeopardy, not Trek for Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. That would be pretty cool.
Yeah,
it's like a thing you could do.
Is it your final answer?
It'd be a little tough to do the phone a friend and poll the audience type thing.
Well, in the one at the studios, what they do instead of phoning a friend, you phone a complete stranger. So what happens is the phone rings somewhere out there in the studios, like where people are walking around and random person answers it, and you ask them.
Interesting.
That could be fun though. Yeah, it's one contestant at a time.
True, yeah, but it would be cool. This is like a variation. Well, I think Question Track is similar to that.
Mm-hmm. Remember The Weakest Link? That was a funny show too. Remember that? That was on about the same time.
Yeah, or Let's
Make Oh my gosh.
Mercer, you are the weakest
link. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Yeah.
You are the weakest link.
I never watched that show. But what about that one where you have to open up the suitcases? What's that one where you have to open up the suitcases?
That's Deal or No Deal.
Yes, that would be cool.
But I don't think it requires any trivia.
Yeah, with Howie.
Well, you have to figure out which one has the warp core in it. You have to figure out which one has the warp core in it.
Okay.
John, you did some good questions. Writing questions tonight.
I remember the week where they had the Uhura.
Oh, Steve wants to say something.
Great question.
Yeah, I remember the
weakest link. Oh yeah, go ahead, Steve.
Hi everyone. I just want to ask out there if any Tiger is still with us in the audience, would he like to pop up? And if Darren is in the audience, would he like to pop up? Because I'd like to comment on his very good video that he posted last week.
Glad I muted.
Oh, I got to show you my Tolian Soren action figure. Hold on, I'm gonna go get it.
Okay.
Thomas says there was a Trek episode of The Weakest Link.
There
was also
I remember
more
that.
than one Doctor Who Weakest
Yeah.
Link episodes.
Yeah.
But that was the British version of the show, right? Not the American.
The female one from the Doctor Who episode. Yeah,
the British one is better.
One from the Doctor Who episode. She beat Dave Tennant and everybody. Yeah, the female, whatever her name was. Blonde female. Yeah.
I've only ever seen
Talking
the
about
British.
Jodie Whittaker.
I've only
Yeah, she's
ever seen,
one.
I've only ever seen the British version of the
Weakest link.
Is the American version much different
It's
or
very
not
No,
good.
really?
it's identical. There's no difference. It's just they didn't air that episode, the Doctor Who
Oh, no.
episode. I don't think over here.
Yeah.
Check it out, dude. It's Tully and Soren from
Ooh,
Generations.
Tully Soren.
Pull it back from the
Wow.
camera a little bit. It's out of focus.
Nice.
That's actually a pretty cool looking figure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Does he have his phaser? Like that cool looking
Malcolm
phaser he has? Or
McDowell,
no?
man.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's that weird looking disc
Yeah.
phaser.
Yeah, it's that
It's
little
very
phaser.
hard to see.
Yeah, I like that.
Plus, I got Data.
Yeah, Malcolm McDowell. What a great guy.
That's Generations data. Okay.
Yeah, Generations.
I just
Data.
love looking for life forms.
Yeah,
Scanning
and
for
there's
life forms. Excuse me.
Baitor.
Mm-hmm.
I believe no, it might be
Yeah,
Lursa. I don't know if it's
Lursa.
Lursa. Might be Lursa.
It's hard to tell.
And then this is separate, but I have to
Nice.
show you guys this guy,
The Gorn.
Gorn Pop.
Nice. Also from Strange New Worlds. Wow, it's pretty good. I didn't realize they had the toys out yet.
Yeah, he's pretty awesome, isn't he? Anyway, thank you. But
Yeah,
Tully
he
and
was great.
Soren is something. You know, Tully and Soren is the kind of thing that you grab when you see it because you never see figures of Tully and Soren. But
That's,
That's
true. They
true.
probably didn't make that many of those. Yeah, that's pretty interesting.
yeah, if you look closely, it is the same gun that he uses, that weird looking gun, but it doesn't look very good in this. You know what I mean? But it is supposed to be that gun.
Have you
That-
seen
that
those?
gun
Those
is weird.
Mr. V, hang on. Mr.
Mr.
VP.
President, he has his hand up. Yeah, I see.
I'd like to say those are cool figures, Musa, and I'd also like to point out that the Gorn is the true Gorn, and I can't let that last comment from Omnicast go unseen. The Gorn and the things in Strange New Worlds aren't Gorn at all. And you
There was some hegemony they were talking about. I don't know. I saw some lizard creatures.
It's hard to see it, but Tully and Soren's face has blood on it that they added. Do you see it?
Wow,
Oh, yeah. Oh, cool.
that's a lot of
Yeah, I see
detail
that.
for
Yeah.
that kind of figure.
Yeah, it's hard to see it, but you can kind of
That's
see
pretty
that he's got
awesome.
blood on his face. And as soon as I saw it, I'm like, dude, I'm buying this.
That's when he
Your-
punched the
and,
toy
your,
on.
and your camera seems like it's freaking out.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I'll have to, but I just wanted to share
Yeah.
that with you.
No, that's great.
The
That's
fact
so
that
cool.
he's got
Very
blood on
nice.
his face and everything, he's badass. I think he's an underrated
Hey,
villain.
Mercer,
really
I
like
saw
him.
the.
No, his acting is incredible.
Oh, go ahead, Steve.
I just like to ask, because I'm the vice president now, not the president. I would like to ask the president on his position about this troublemaking Borg that keeps insinuating that Strange New Worlds is more authentic than the rest of the franchise. He might be a security threat. What's your suggested course of action, Mr. President?
You know what's so funny is if you watch, and I recommend everybody watch this, the Generations movie with the writer's commentary turned on. It is one of the funniest things you'll ever watch because it's Brandon Braga and Michael
Ron
D.
Moore.
Moore, Ronald D. Moore.
Right.
It is very funny, but there's this one part where Michael D. Moore asks, he asks Brandon, real quick, let me finish. He asked Brandon, who do you like better, Lursa or Baitor? And Brandon's like, I don't know which one is which, and he's a freaking writer. Right? And he's like, I think I like Baitor because she's the saucier one. I was watching that commentary and I'm just like, this is hilarious. These are the writers of the
Is
movie.
he the one?
Well, he didn't write that
Might
scene.
have
The
to.
other guy, Ronald wrote the scene, right?
But the point is if you're ever bored and you want to watch a great commentary, I guarantee you watch that. You'll have a great time.
I may have to do that.
And they do also First Contact. And I think, real quick,
Yeah, it's
they do
Baitor the
both
one.
commentaries.
Yeah,
They do both commentaries, and I think they did them back to back. Like you can kind of tell that they've been sitting there a while.
Right.
And if you watch both films, for Generations and First Contact with their commentaries,
yeah.
you get the sense that they're doing them both in one sitting. They maybe took a coffee break or something, but yeah, it's definitely
Mikey?
worth watching. Brainy,
Mikey?
Mercer?
yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, Mercer. I was just going to ask. Was it? No, that's okay. Was it Bator who said, "I hope you're initiating a love ritual" after he punches her in the face?
I think that was
Is that the one?
yeah. I think that was Bator. Yeah, I think Bator's a hotter, saucier one.
Yeah.
Whatever saucier means. I don't know
Yeah.
which one saucier
Yeah.
means.
Yeah. He said, I hope you're initiating a Klingon love ritual," and after he
Yeah.
smashes her in the face.
Oh, also
Yeah.
on the commentary, when they're talking about the wine
Damn.
glass, the wine bottle
Mandatory.
floating through space,
Yeah.
Braga is like, I think this is my only contribution to the script. I wrote it on a post-it note and folded it in. It's a very funny commentary. It's very funny. Yeah, it's definitely
Yeah,
worth
that's like
watching.
typical Braga. He's more indecisive than a Denebium slime devil. See, Andre
Yes,
got
she
that
did, Kronos.
reference.
I want to buy Mr. Tricorder. That's what I want to buy. I want to buy like
Mr. Tricorder.
Yeah, I mean Data's got one on this figure I have, but I want to buy an actual Mr. Tricorder figure.
There's this guy on YouTube. His name is Mangy Dog. He's creating these replica tricorders with circuit boards and single board computers. These things are incredible. I don't know if you guys have seen them. I'll put a link in the chat, but I think it's a project where you can build it yourself, but he's not selling them, I don't think yet. But it is amazing what technology is now. These things, they do more than the actual props did, in the show. They have actual screens, the buttons work, they create different, images. It's so amazing what you can do now.
Good night, Gap After Dark. Thanks for joining us.
It's hard to get that scar into focus, but yeah, he does have a scar, and it says generations on his little thing. See?
Indeed.
So yeah, I just wanted to share that with you guys.
Cool.
Oh, we appreciate that, Mercy.
I got 5 figures for $1. I think I bought Scotty too. I don't know where he is.
You got all 5 for $1.
Yeah, I got the Enterprise.
That's amazing.
They're little figures. They're not very big, but they're worth it. Yeah.
Yes. Who'd you cheat out of those figures?
By the way,
They had them in a bin. The guy's like, take anything for $5, like $5 for $1, and I'm like, I saw Soren in there, and I'm like, oh yeah.
That's great.
Oh wow. That's awesome.
Yesterday I went to a local spring festival because it's spring where I am, and there was a Star Trek poster that looked really good with all the beloved characters, but I had to not buy it because at the very bottom it was spoiled with some strange character from something called Discovery that spoiled the whole poster.
That's
really
odd.
annoying because if it wasn't for that one character, I would have bought it. Yeah, I know. I don't know why such garbage made its way onto a Star Trek poster.
Don't even know what that is.
A clear fake, a made-up character like that.
Yeah.
Crazy, eh?
Hey, Mercer. Hey, Mercer. By the way, I just saw on YouTube the other day, I saw the episode movie, I guess, 5-parter they did just after they so-called defeated Cobra Law. It has all of Sergeant Slaughter's Marauders, and where they brought Cobra Commander back from his snake. Yeah, back from his snake. Was.
Actually,
Yeah,
I didn't.
I just saw that.
I love that character. Funny enough, I wasn't really naming myself after him, but I would have if I thought about it. But I didn't even name him after Captain Mercer. I named him after a character I created in my little novel that's on Amazon. But I love both Mercer from G.I. Joe and Captain Mercer, so it works.
Night, Kronos.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining us.
That works perfect, yeah.
Thank you, though.
Thank you, Kronos.
I love that movie.
Bye,
I love
man.
that movie. The G.I. Joe movie.
Yeah, it was great. Yeah,
John, this
I
is
just
bugging me. So
saw it. It was just after the Cobra La with Burgess Meredith. Yeah.
Yeah, he's
So.
great. He does the voice of
Oh,
Pablo.
there she is. Oh, Nermal. Oh, she's so cute. Let me look at Nermal.
You have a question on me?
Oh,
no,
Nermal, love
it's
you.
just it's just been bugging me. So negative numbers are real and they're integers, but they're not rational numbers. Is that correct? I know they're not something. Negative numbers aren't something. What are
Well,
they?
basically, you say they're not positive.
I remember in class them saying that they're not real, but I can't remember what it is.
Are you thinking of imaginary numbers?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, imaginary numbers aren't.
Well, I know that
numbers.
Chern.
Aren't negative? Okay.
Yeah,
Negative
I knew
numbers
that
are
Chern
real
had a nice
numbers.
round number, and mine's an yes, they are. But I knew that Chern had a nice round number, 0, and I had a nice uneven number, which is a 1. So I'm an odd person. Like 1 point.
So they're
Can't divide that
real
one, can you?
and they're integers and they're rational. They're just not imaginary. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, an integer just means basically it's a whole number.
It's a whole
either
number.
positive or negative.
Got it.
Imaginary
Yeah.
numbers are like the square root of a negative number, correct, John?
Yes.
So that can't exist,
Yeah, you
right?
can't do that. Yeah.
Hang on, hang on.
HTTP.
You may be
Oh,
thinking
yeah, go ahead, Steve.
you may be thinking of the term floating point, because in computer science, a floating point is a number with a decimal point, which by definition is not an integer because it has a fractal component to it.
I remember hearing
Is
something.
that-
That could be it,
is
but
that
I remember
helpful?
a little bit. It's just been bugging me.
Okay.
And I know John or Professor or somebody would have the answer on here.
I was also hoping that John, because I saw his Hurricanes episode, good one by the way, John.
Thank you.
And you said on there that Jordy was overthinking it on the planet there because you did say absolute zero was negative 273.15 Celsius. Is that right?
Yes, that's the approximation for absolute zero. But Jordy mentioned a temperature on
Absolutely.
the planet that was colder than that, which is physically impossible.
Which episode?
Wait,
Right.
absolute zero is 0 Kelvin, though, right?
Which
Yeah.
Yes.
episode are you talking about?
That was from the
Yeah,
Royale.
zero
That's
Kelvin.
what I thought. Okay, I just didn't hear it because my
Royale, yeah.
Royale.
So
Oh,
0
yeah, no, that's
Kelvin
what I said from it because I
Celsius.
thought,
It's negative 273.
Now let me ask you guys a good
Yeah.
question. I have a good
Hang on,
question.
hang on,
no,
hang on.
no, wait, what is that in
Mr.
Fahrenheit
VP,
then? What's that in Fahrenheit?
Hang on.
go ahead.
I was just going to comment. I'm really surprised that mistake made it past the writers because unlike New Trick, especially in TNG era, they did have scientific advisors on the team and they did try and be scientific. So
Yeah.
I'm really
Well,
surprised that.
Season 2, they were on strike, right? So they had the backup writers writing,
Oh,
whoever,
true.
dusting off the old scripts.
True,
At
very
least they
good.
made an effort. You know, sometimes they're not perfect. But my question is, you know how they have we have the periodic table of elements, right? You guys know that
Hmm.
like in science fiction, like whether it's Star Trek or anything else, we can't discover new elements because every element has a number, right? So it's not like you could come up with a new element because all the elements are accounted for, right? And
No, they're not.
But they've added more, though, in Trek, though, right? Didn't they? They
Right.
found.
Wouldn't that be wrong science-wise? That's what I'm asking. I'm asking if adding new
No,
elements
they've
would actually
come up that
Yeah.
they've actually manufactured new elements.
Okay. You see what I'm asking, though? Like I said, I was just theorizing that it's
What was
scientifically inaccurate.
The
Lost
My
my
Well,
feet.
it's scientifically inaccurate until they find something else, which they've done several times, and they just update the periodic table.
Because it is called periodic table, meaning it's changing. It's not like this is it. There's no more elements. This it's locked
Okay.
down. They're always going to be adding ones we haven't found yet, right?
So there could be elements in this universe or
Well,
in
there
my
was
in
yeah,
John's
there was a new mineral that started with a U. Does John know which mineral that was? That was added to the periodic table of minerals.
I don't
There
know
was one
specific.
that started with a U that they just recently added. I think not
I don't know
uranium, but
specific.
it
I
started
don't
with
know
a U.
specific names, but I know that they have
Yeah,
manufactured
I don't think it was uranium.
elements. They stuck them on the end of the table
John, I
from
really
wherever the
appreciate
last one they
you,
found
by the
was.
way. It was great.
Well, specifically, it's the number of protons in the
Oh, okay.
nucleus.
Do you know what the name of that
That's
last
where they
manufactured one was?
I have no idea. Mr. VP, I'm going to unmute you.
Oh, okay.
One of you, or you guys might find this interesting, is that Bill Gates in his office had an actual real periodic table in his office with all, I'm not sure if it's absolutely all elements, but most of them, excluding maybe one or two of the new ones created in labs, actually encased in a cage so that the table on the wall actually had real elements inside it, if you know what I'm saying.
Interesting.
Yeah,
No.
it's really cool. I'd love to see it in person, except I wouldn't want to get too close to the mercury element or some of the radioactive ones.
Right.
Yeah.
According to Bing, the latest element
Okay,
that
guys,
they've
I have the
announced
answer
was
to.
tennessine or tennessine. I'm not sure how you pronounce it. It's spelled like Tennessee, only it's Tennessine, and it's element 117. In other words, it has 117 protons, and its atomic symbol is Z for some reason.
It's a tennessine. It's tennessine. It's
Tennessine.
yeah. Well, there's tennessine. Yeah, tennessine. It has a capital T, small s, and then the last one is the oganesson, which is capital OC. That's element 118. So there are 118 discovered chemical elements. The other one was moscovium, and which is a capital M, small c, and nihonium, which is capital N, small h. And those are elements 113, 115, 117, and 118. So
Some of these are synthesized, right? These are man
Yeah.
created.
yeah,
I'm
no,
sure
these
at
are
this point, right?
synthesized chemicals.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or
Huh.
what John would call the mixed chemicals. Yeah. The ones that are mixed together and creating a new one, a new
That's
chemical. Yeah.
pretty cool stuff.
Yeah, tennessine. That's an interesting one. That one.
They came up with that one in 2010. That's the
It was
newest
done in
one.
Thomas is
Yeah.
corogonite on the table of elements. What about corbamite? Is that on there either? But that's a substance and a device. It's not just a substance, right? Yeah.
No, Thomas, there is no coroniate. Look at try though.
You guys are funny.
Well, that's a Bird of Prey 5 invention.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, if Bird
Um,
had created that, he would have created it. Yeah, he would have added it to the elements himself.
Mr. VP?
Are any of you fans of the computer game series Mass Effect? Because in Mass Effect they have a made up element called element 0, and that helps them. That's what the jump gates are made out of, and that's how they get interstellar travel. So I hope we discover element 0 soon.
Element 0. That's interesting. No protons.
I don't know how it works, but that's what they came up for the game.
What's the one in Avatar? The unobtainium.
Unobtainium. Yeah.
And then what's the one that Wolverine? What is his stuff made out of again? The metal.
Animanium.
Animanium. That's right.
Go ahead, Mr. VP.
I missed it before.
Sorry, good
What
job.
was
Vibranium.
what was the device?
Vibranium.
Sorry, someone said that Bird created something, but I missed what he
Kroganite.
allegedly created. Sorry?
Kroganite.
Ah, I see. That makes sense.
Coronite.
By the way, John, I like your background.
Coronite.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What about Neutronium? That was
Yeah,
a
I
Star
love
Trek
it.
one they used a lot, right?
Is that Copernicus?
Yeah.
Well,
But they didn't have an
neutronium.
element, right? That could have been a compound, not an element, or some kind of
Well,
substance, right?
Neutronium is what neutron stars are made of.
Oh, so it is real.
I have.
It is real. It's because a neutron star is created when a star goes supernova, and it's not big enough to go to a black hole, but it's too big to be a white dwarf, which, like our star, is going to eventually become billions of years from now. It's an in-between state, and the pressure, the star gets squeezed so greatly that the
All right, Professor.
protons and the electrons, they combine into neutrons. So you get the solid sphere of almost pure neutrons. Or neutronium.
Interesting. With crazy mass, right? I mean, crazy gravity or whatever, right? Yeah. Huh.
And Mr. VP.
You said earlier that the atomic number indicates the number of neutrons. I always thought it was the number of protons.
It's the number of protons.
Yeah, I thought
Okay.
it was the number of protons. I thought you said earlier it was the number of neutrons. So
If I said neutrons, I said it in error.
Okay, so well, I might have misheard you. So if I did, I apologize. But thanks for clearing that up, because
No
I
problem.
thought I was misremembering my science class. But no,
You weren't.
that was cool.
Educational and informative. Jeopnerdy.
Hey,
A little bit of
Indeed.
math,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, chemistry,
So
physics.
yeah. So, Professor, I found out.
Go ahead, Mikey.
Yeah. So I found out who created Tennisline. His name was Yuri. Yeah. Okay. His name is Yuri Oganessian. He created the 117 element, which is Tennisline, and then he created element 118, which he kind of named after himself, and he called the Oganesson. So that's the 118 element. So he actually created two of them. Yuri did.
Okay.
He's a Russian from
Well,
outside of
118
Moscow.
was synthesized
So, yeah,
before 117
a Russian.
was.
Yes, but he named the Tennisline before the Oganesson. So he did one, and then the
Got
other
it.
that he synthesized himself. Yeah.
So what's happening with Star Trek
Good
Day? I mean,
knowledge.
I didn't catch anything yet on Paramount. What are they doing? They're doing some like interviews again, I guess, and Will Wheaton going on a junket. I mean, what are they? What's happening this year with this?
Well, that was yesterday,
Yeah, I must have missed
and
it.
I have no idea what they did.
Okay. So Star
Last
Trek the
year's
animated
was
series.
last year was so bad, I didn't want to watch any of it this year. And they did release some sort of animated series like story. It was like 3 minutes long,
It says get
Oh, that
drawn
was
in.
terrible. I saw that. It was terrible.
and Thomas hates it.
I saw it too. It was terrible.
I thought it was a bit humorous.
Who was the voice of Kirk in that?
It wasn't Kirk. It wasn't supposed to be Kirk.
Who was it supposed to be?
Well, officially, it was just labeled Captain.
Interesting.
See, when I watched it the first time, I thought it was supposed to be Kirk. I thought they were just making fun of him again.
Jerry
And the
O'Donnell.
professor pointed out that he's not credited as Captain Kirk, just Captain.
It's probably created as Kirk, and then
Huh.
they somehow magically thought better of it.
So
Now, they had Ethan Peck actually voice Spock in that. But,
Oh, okay.
They should have got Leonard Nimoy to do it.
I would rather do
I'm not
that.
sure they perfected necromancy yet.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
they
what
could have
should
probably
done.
done it with AI, but then there's that big
actually call
strike
them.
going
Just
on.
Just like they did in 2000, Into Darkness or whatever, and they took a phone call and they called him. Even though he's dead, they could still call him and have him do it.
That's true, Thomas.
Huh.
Oh, this is pretty rough. I'm watching the video now. This is not good. You're right. This is not.
Honestly, I thought it was a bit humorous. It's more humorous to me than Lower Decks is.
Yeah, this is.
Hey, Professor, can you answer me a question? How much more do they have in the can for Stranger Worlds based on the strike? How much more do they have already put aside? They filmed already.
They have nothing to broadcast.
Did they start filming season 3?
Really?
I don't think they even have a season 3 yet, do they?
They did start filming season 3, but
They did.
They didn't get very far before the strike.
Okay.
Right.
And you could be correct on that, Thomas.
That's right. I
You
was
could
pretty
be
sure that
correct.
they didn't do anything. Come on.
I'm gonna go.
God, Thomas, why would
Go,
you say
I'm
that?
gonna go out on a limb here and say that the normal Strange New World could be the best thing to come out of a writer's strike.
Oh, come on. It's getting better.
I'll counter that.
What? What's that?
The best thing is they do not create the Section 31 movie, and they do not do the Starfleet Academy series.
I don't think anybody
Yes, I
wants to see
agree with
31
you.
wasn't
Yeah.
happening anyway.
What Section 31 wasn't. They wanted it to. I mean,
They
they wanted
wanted-
it.
They actually have a movie.
There's a lot of
planned
stuff
for it.
they want, but
Yeah.
them wanting
They
it
have-
and the ability to do it is two very, very, very different things.
All right.
They-
I'd
They
rather
have
see. Section-
no money.
I'm sorry,
They,
Professor.
they officially announced the Section 31 movie.
That's okay. They officially announced Star Trek 4 about 5 times.
That's true.
No, they
did.
haven't.
Hey, Normal.
No, that's different. They did not officially announce a 4th Kelvin
Normal.
film.
Normal's
Well, it's
very
been in
happy.
development.
Hi, Normal.
The Quentin Tarantino thing, right? And then it went to somebody else, and it went to somebody else. They've been tossing that ball around, right?
I mean, they have officially
Well,
announced that they
he
have
also wanted to do a Bond film.
Michelle Yeoh
Mhm.
for Section 31. I mean,
That's
they
true.
wouldn't do that. They would not do that if they weren't sure they were going to have it. Mr. VP.
So yes, Chief, I agree with you. I fully accept your counter. That would be even better than Strange New Worlds being counted.
Now, I'd be happy if they canceled it.
I mean, I'm okay if they didn't do another season of Discovery. That needs to just die already.
I like
I mean,
Well,
I don't
unfortunately,
think
that's
anybody
already in
likes
the
Discovery.
can.
That's the problem.
just another thing.
Yeah,
not
it's already in
another.
the can, and they're going to show it.
Oh, I don't want to see it.
No.
I don't think anybody wants to see that show.
It's been in
At
the
least
can
Strange
for
New Worlds,
quite a while. Why haven't they shown it yet?
because it's horrible.
I think they knew the strike was coming, so
Right.
they're stretching things
terrible.
out.
And I'd rather see a Section 31 movie than anything to do with Starfleet Academy. I think they can make
No.
Strange New Worlds better, I think, and make that the main show.
No.
Section
But-
31 needs to be in the shadows, rarely talked about, rarely seen. To have a whole movie about
Yeah.
it, no.
Yeah. A
You're
movie or
just going to
series is
ruin the
too
con.
much.
You're going to ruin the con. They've already ruined
No,
the
because
concept.
It's already-
they
it's
need to be
31.
mysterious. Yeah, they need to be mysterious.
They're not so. I mean, Worf works for them,
A
right? How
light novel
mysterious is this
series
now?
would be best.
I mean, it's out there. All the captains know about it pretty much. It's not like it's even hidden anymore. Cisco knows about
Yeah,
it.
they ruined
Worf works for them. Yeah, I mean, it's not that really secret anymore. It's an unkept secret. Even in Enterprise, Archer dealt with. He didn't exactly know what it was, but he had some dealings with that
Well,
Section 31
because
agent and Malcolm. Yeah,
But
Yeah,
even
Malcolm
there, it
Reed,
was
yeah,
more
yeah.
like the Section 31 from DS9.
True.
And
They didn't have special comm badges and their own ships and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. You're right. That I agree with that part of it. That's too much.
Yeah.
They need to be like little agents that just go do things.
Hang on. Omnicast mentioned that Worf worked for Section 31. When did he ever do that? I thought in Picard he was working with Starfleet Intelligence.
Maybe I'm taking a leap. Am I wrong? I thought it was Section 31 he worked for. It was just Starfleet Intelligence.
I'd have to rewatch it or
Me too.
look at Memory Alpha, but
You're talking about
I don't know if they
Reed?
I don't know if they explicitly stated he was in Section 31.
Reed?
Well, the Daystrom station was
I think they-
run by Section 31, right?
What are we talking about?
Picard, Season 3, and Section 31.
An imaginary show, Mercer.
Okay.
Oh, you didn't see that one?
Section 31.
Well, they managed the Daystrom station, though, didn't they? Or that all that collection of stuff was all Section 31 stuff in that station. That part of the right? I mean, isn't that what Raffi said? Or no, is it just Starfleet Intelligence?
You're right.
Okay.
And,
But did Worf work for them or not? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I was
Even
really
if
into
they-
it. I mean,
Even
yeah.
if that station
Daystrom had a lot of artifacts.
Hang on, Mikey.
Hang on, Mikey.
Even if Section 31 wasn't, even if Section 31 was in charge of that station, that doesn't mean that Worf worked for them. I would be very disappointed if they made it that Worf worked for Section 31. He would never work for an organization so dishonorable, in my opinion.
Well, he was a
Yeah,
pretty
I'm-
dishonorable guy in that show.
I'm
No,
not
he-
sure he was in Section 31.
This is Worf now works as a spy for Section 31 and spent months anonymously working with Raffi to hunt down a new cell of terrorists. I thought it was implied. And I thought he even said it. I have to go back and rewatch it. I don't have, I don't know.
I would definitely have to double check.
Right. Either way, he's working for Starfleet Intelligence. Section 31 is a secret branch of Starfleet Intelligence, right? Or Federation
It is in the Federation Charter.
charter, right? So, yeah.
Now,
I
if
mean, it gets its name from the
remember
section
Worf
it's
when-
in the
yeah,
charter.
at the end of
Yeah.
DS9's run. Yeah,
Mikey?
that's what confuses me is, at the end of DS9, at the end of DS9, Worf went with Martok. I knew that. So how did he become a part of Section 31 after he went to join Martok in the Klingon High Council?
Well, there's a lot of
We're
years
not
in
sh-
between, right? I mean,
We're not sure.
yeah,
We're not
decades.
sure he did, and we know he was on the Enterprise in Nemesis.
and then took over the Enterprise at a certain point, right, as captain. E,
Right.
the Enterprise
That's in
E
the
Yeah.
book, so.
in the books,
Right.
which they were joking about him because he obviously crashed the ship, and they were making fun of him on Star Trek
I
Picard.
remember that happening. When did he crash the ship?
Well, they made a joke about it in Picard, because what did they say exactly? They said something about, well, I hope it looks better than the E or something like that, and they all looked at Worf. It's like, that was a mistake, or he made some kind of joke about it. Like,
Yeah,
he-
and implied he
Something like
damaged it
not
or
talking
destroyed
about
it.
it or something.
yeah, it was like, it
We
was a
don't
funny
talk
moment.
about it
You know?
or something like that. Mr. VP.
I agree with Omnicast 100% that it is canon that he became captain of the Enterprise E, but I think that was a mistake on the writer's part of Picard, because whether or not the books had him as captain of the Enterprise E, books aren't really canon, and in DS9, which is canon, Cisco said it would be very unlikely for him to ever get command of a ship after the incident with Jadzia. And to me, Worf was never commanding officer material. He was too much of a hothead. Yes, ironically, he'd been a security officer before, but there were countless times where he he breached Starfleet discipline, like when he punched the Jeopnerdy when they were working on the
Yeah.
on the. So and this guy had to confine them to quarters. All right, I'm not saying they shouldn't have. I'm not saying that it's bad writing for Wolf to do that because he's a Klingon. He can lose his temper occasionally, but it is bad writing to make him a captain because he was never captain material, in my opinion.
I know Michael Dorn wanted to do a Captain Worf show for a long time. He talked about it in interviews. He pitched it to CBS or whoever was running Star Trek at the time.
I know he did, but what are you guys' opinions of my
He
observation?
did that. Oh, sorry. He did that during Omnicast. He did that during DS9, his turn on there. So I think that's when he decided he could do a Captain Worf show if they wanted, but after leaving the space station. So who knows? Yeah.
Normal is awake.
But Mr. Vice President, I think to
Hi,
answer your...
Normal.
Hi, Normal.
Yeah, Normal saw me earlier, and
But to answer your
baby.
question, I think Worf did a lot
She
in
said,
those interim years to redeem himself. Even at the end of the war, I mean, he had a very distinguished career. He had a couple of reprimands here and there. Yeah, he killed Duras. Yeah, he he let that Cardassian spy die. Yeah, he hit a few Jemadar. But he's a Klingon. But I mean, I think he may have redeemed himself in a lot of ways. And during a wartime, don't you want a warrior as a captain? I mean, having him on the bridge of a ship is probably not the worst thing. And the Federation has a lot of enemies, even after the Dominion War. So I don't see it being out of the realm of possibility. All the Next Generation characters really ascended the ranks for the most part, although I don't really know what happened with well, that's what we kind of do. Yeah, I mean, most of them all kind of got promoted at that point. So I could see it though. I don't see it being out of the realm of possibility. We just don't know the details. I mean, whether they're referring to beta canon. Yeah.
Mikey, you may want to exit and come back in.
Here's an interesting question for you guys. Are you sure? Oh, okay.
You're getting very bad.
Yeah, you're on a several second delay. And as we wait, Mr. VP.
So those are very good comments on the cast that he could have redeemed himself to the point of counteracting those reprimands so that he could command the ship again. What does everyone else think of that? And Omnicast, I can't remember whether you were one of our communities, one of the members in our communities that was in the military or not in the real life. But
I was not. No,
you weren't. Okay, I think Mikey was. So I'll get the opinion
of. I was in the Navy for about 4 weeks, basic training, and I got out because they said I just couldn't handle authority. They gave me an honorable discharge, so that was nice. But
you're breaking up badly,
they
Mikey.
just couldn't take.
I was gonna say, with all due respect to Mikey, 4 weeks of experience might not qualify him, but I was hoping that someone like Darren or Indy might come up, but to get a military member's perspective. But does anyone else think that it's reasonable that Wolf could have
Normal has military
been
Perfectly
eligible
reasonable.
for
Normal has
command
military experience.
after those reprimands that he got?
Oh, hi, Normal. Oh, she's so cute.
I think those reprimands all disappeared once they made peace with the Klingons again. Because it was that incident where he supposedly blew up a civilian ship that was the main thing keeping him from captaincy. And once they're allies again, and especially the fact that he became a hero to the Empire, all that's forgotten.
Well, that court-martial, he was cleared of that, though. I think what messed up his career was him letting that Cardassian spy die while he rescued Jadzia in Change of Heart. That messed
But
him
Yeah,
up.
I was just thinking that.
The commander part is specifically mentioned in the court-martial. That's what would keep him out of the captain's chair.
Did Cisco say something about that in that episode, too? I don't remember that.
Yeah,
At the end, right?
yeah. He said that this will probably keep you out of your own captaincy or something along those lines.
Well, no, he said... Didn't he say that during Change of Heart, though? He said that at the very end in the infirmary in Change of Heart. But then he said, as a husband,
Yeah,
I
he
can
did.
understand why you did it as a husband. But as your commanding officer, I have to tell you that, you know, your chances of becoming captain or having a command of your own, I think is what he said, are slim to none. But things can happen. And Cisco's not in charge of the whole Starfleet. you know?
Right.
So it's not, it's just his opinion.
Yeah,
Sheepy.
I was gonna back Omnicast up there. What? And to my mind,
Sorry.
it wasn't Change of Heart, not in the court martial one, because you're right. He was cleared of all charges for the court martial.
I mean, Cisco let him have it, though, on that one with the court martial. He said he should have looked.
Yeah.
You know, he did, you know, yell at him, I guess, or at least, you know, try to discipline him a bit, but I'm looking on Memory Alpha right now to see if
That's another thing. I mean, I forgot about that incident with the court martial, but there's all these incidents that Worf is reckless, and that's fine as a lieutenant. Well, not fine, but that's excusable as a lieutenant commander. But in my opinion, he should never have been promoted past that, because there's the when he killed Joss and he got his first room command, then he punched out the Jeopnerdy, which is a clear breach of military discipline. Then he got court-martialed and he got cleared of all charges, but Cisco said, yes, you should have checked the target. So it's good for entertainment value, but in real life, you wonder how he wasn't drummed out of stuff like years earlier, to be honest.
it says here, Memory Alpha, at some point something happened to the Enterprise E that made it unusable by 2401. Although LaForge apparently blamed Worf for the fate of that ship, Worf would insist that what happened was not his fault. And again, that's from Star Trek Picard, that little line that was in there. But it's vague. I mean, it could be referring to the books and whatever, but they're leaving it pretty vague.
Yeah, Thomas mentioned that earlier.
Yeah. I liked some scenes with Worf, though, commanding the Defiant. He was good in some of the later episodes of DS9.
Mikey?
Sorry, Mikey. Yeah, go ahead, Mikey.
I think Mikey's on a delay again.
Yeah, this is Tachyon. Subspace interference.
I'm just waiting. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry about that. Okay, so Mike, would you consider books from Star Trek canon or books from Star Wars canon? Because I was under the impression that books from Star Trek, they said were canon, but they're not. Okay,
They are not.
So then
They are not
some
canon.
different novels that I read,
Classification of canon.
I was interpreting that as.
Maybe some of the official comic books, though, that came out with the release of the Kelvin movies, something like that. That maybe could be. Right?
Initially they were, and then they withdrew them from
Yeah.
canon.
As soon as they became inconvenient.
There are two Janeway novels that are canon.
There are.
I wasn't aware of that.
Well, the two Voyager novels, they were written by Jerry Taylor, who was one of the creators of the show. And so some people like to think of them as canon, but still, strictly speaking, as books, they're not canon.
They're not.
There are a couple of things mentioned in the books that were also mentioned in the show because Jerry Taylor was in charge of the show. but still, the books as a whole are not canon.
I thought they were the exception, but you could be right, John. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying I heard that they made an exception. Steve wants to.
Go ahead, Mike. Steve.
Just to
Yeah, Steve, go ahead.
just to answer Mikey's question, in the books, to further clarify the answer, the books are often referred to as what's called beta canon, whereas on screen is referred to as alpha canon.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
I mean, Star Wars had that
thank you,
expanded
Steve. That
universe,
explains a lot.
and didn't they deem the EU canon? Then it was not canon. Then it was canon. They
It was
changed it a few times,
100%
right?
canon until Disney came along.
Right, with the sequels,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Then it
Right.
was the extended
Yeah.
universe
EU,
or
yeah.
something. Yeah.
And George,
Yeah.
but had control over that to a certain extent, right? Isn't that why it was kind of canon? He directed those
They had
stories.
they're considered complete canon until contradicted by something on television. Lucasfilm actually had a guy whose job was to
He-
compare anything that was
he
being
did,
published
but-
to what was actually canon.
Right.
Yeah.
Mr.
Then it
VP.
I'm just a bit worried about the president's safety right now, President John, because I noticed that the shuttle bay doors are open, John, and in the original series there weren't any shuttle bay force fields. They always used to had to evacuate the shuttle bay deck when it was depressurized. So you might want to close the doors ASAP.
That is true, but what you can't see in this picture is that there is a sheet of transparent aluminum between me and the doors. That's why I'm
that's
safe at the
good.
moment.
That's good. That's good. Just thought I'd better check.
Thank you for
I
checking.
may be the vice president, but I'm not that
Yeah.
eager for your job again. Trust
It's
me.
not like he's gonna cow. Yeah. Thanks for checking his his landing bay. Plan B as a barricade. You
I
see
had
how
a great
the
time tonight, guys. Thank you. What time is it anyway? Is it midnight yet? Almost midnight.
It's
22.
11:40 Eastern.
Yeah.
Yeah. Eastern time.
I had a good time. I gotta find my phone. I don't know where it is.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I lost it.
Maybe
I
I
Normal's
hope it's
sitting on it.
in. I hope it's in.
No, I think Normal's on it.
She's probably sitting on it. Are you sitting on my phone?
She's guarding it.
Oh yay!
She's so cute sometimes.
Mr. VP.
Musa, may I ask what time zone you're in? I forgot what state you're in. I'm sorry.
I'm in
Don't
Pennsylvania. But I'm close to New Jersey,
have it
which is on the
normal.
East Coast. Pennsylvania, but yeah, I'm close to New Jersey, which is on the East Coast. And today they had a toy fair about 20 minutes from my house, and that's why I bought all these cool action figures.
Sweet.
Yeah, that's good. That's always
They
fun.
had a model kit that had 3 enterprises. They had the original series, they had the motion picture, and they had the next generation enterprise in one kit. But since I can't build models, I didn't buy it.
Oh, you're like Worf.
Just put it back in your drawer. Close it.
Yeah.
But I would have bought it if I built models, But
Yeah,
they had a
right.
bunch of Star Trek stuff there. More Star Wars than Star Trek. But,
It's a pity you didn't have a friend nearby who could build them
Yeah,
for you.
Steve, go ahead.
yeah, my friend who used to build models passed away, and I would just prefer to have them already built. I don't, I like my Orville, which is, an Eagle Moss. I like that stuff. I don't get thrills out of building something because I stink.
It's tedious, and it's rewarding too. But with the glue, and you got to paint them, I guess, and put the decals on or whatever. I mean, it can get tedious, but that's also part of the fun.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. I'm not dissing it. It's just not something I like doing. But I know that it's fun. I remember when I was a kid, I had an F-18 Hornet that I had to build, and I couldn't even put the fuselage together correctly. So I'm just like, this is not for me.
Thomas
okay, you don't
Potts.
want to buy those second hand anyway.
Thomas Potts put in the comments the exact line from Picard. Too bad we couldn't use the Enterprise E, said Geordi. And then Worf said, that was not my fault. So that was the line we were talking about. Thank you, Thomas.
Hey, here's a trivia question.
Thank you, Thomas.
What was the name of the agent from Section 31 that was ordering Reed around?
Oh, that's a good one. What was his name?
I believe his name was Harris.
You're right.
Yeah, good one.
Very good.
Was-
Harris.
And he spoke
Harris.
to Archer, too.
Yes, Harris. Yeah,
Archer
good
at the
call. Yeah, good call.
end. Good call. We
All right,
might
here's a
get-
question. What about the one that O'Brien, remember O'Brien
yeah,
infiltrated the Orion Syndicate? Was that Starfleet intelligence controlling him, or was that Section 31 controlling
That
him?
was Starfleet Intelligence. but
Starfleet
they-
Intelligence.
Okay.
That guy's name was Chadwick.
Yeah, Starfleet
I like to
Intelligence.
Yeah.
believe- I like to believe that was. I mean, they didn't say it, but I kind of think that they kind of blurred the
Chadwick.
lines there. It's like Section 31.
Mm-hmm. That was actually a good episode, though. I like that.
Oh, I love
Honor
that.
Among Thieves.
I
Yeah.
love that episode. And that, what was the name of that planet? Those not Ferrix, because
Yeah.
Ferrix is
Various Prime or something, or
yeah. That was a great episode.
Yeah,
They-
I
they-
love Bilby.
they introduced a lot of threads in that one. That actor who played Bilby, what other episode was he in Star Trek?
He was in Final Mission from TNG.
There you go. There you go. Yeah. Nick Tate, I think his name was.
Yeah, he was great.
Yeah.
The other, actually,
He's an
the
Australian actor, actually. Yeah.
The guy that was in The Most Toys, who creeped me out,
Saul Robinick.
Yeah, he creeped me out in that episode. He's great.
Yeah.
But the original actor was a dwarf, and I can't think
Yeah.
of his name. They passed away.
You know who I miss is Ray Walls.
Yeah, I can't think
Boothby?
of his name.
The guy, the name of the person who originally played in The Most Toys.
Yeah, he was a dwarf, and they filmed.
Yeah.
scenes with him. I guess he died during filming.
I think he
remember his
committed
name.
suicide.
He did commit suicide.
Because they filmed scenes with him. I saw a scene with him behind the brig, in the brig.
I thought he
Yeah,
committed
he was in the
suicide.
brig.
It was in the Blu-ray deleted scenes is what it was, right? Those extras.
Yeah.
That's where I think you may have seen it from there.
Yeah.
And, then, and I
Which,
just looked up
Star Trek.
Rappaport.
Rappaport.
Oh, yeah.
David Rappaport.
David Rappaport.
David
Rappaport.
He,
that's right.
okay, so he attempted suicide after a few days of filming were completed.
Damn.
Oh, so he didn't actually commit suicide. He attempted. Oh, he later died on May 2nd, 1990.
Yeah,
He
Oh.
continued to suffer from acute depression and committed suicide 2 months
He
later.
was in
Wow.
Time Bandits.
That's sad. That is so sad.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard because like
Wow.
I wonder why. I wonder why he was depressed. Maybe because he was a dwarf, but I don't know.
Yeah. But Saul Rubinek did a
Well,
hell
I
of a
thought
job.
that
I mean,
Oh, he was creepy as hell. He was very good.
So, yeah,
And he-
did the best
Yeah.
possible.
good stuff
And-
there.
and at that time, Saul was actually kind of a movie star. He was doing movies. He wasn't really doing syndicated television at that time. You know, I mean, later on, he went back to television, but he was doing some big movies. So he was friends with Brent Spiner, I think, and Brent called him and said, hey, we need some help. Can you help me out with this episode?
Right.
And they brought him in, which I thought was really cool.
And he brought something to the role. He brought a real creepiness to the role.
Oh, yeah.
Like he was very effective. I don't know how the other guy would have been. I'm not dissing him, but you couldn't really his performance was perfect. He was one of the best villains in Next Generation.
Oh, his gestures and the way he was just snapping his fingers and just chewing through the dialogue. No, he was excellent.
And he was remorseless. Like with that girl
Yeah.
that got killed from the disruptor. That was
Yes.
all kinds of evil.
It's funny how things work out. You know, Whoopi Goldberg also at the time was just too big for Star Trek. She was a movie star. She was, I mean, you don't go from doing feature films to a syndicated television show. It's just you don't make that jump usually. But she was a big fan of the show. She wanted on it, and that's why they wrote her in. Otherwise, they never would have thought to go to her. Just Michelle Forbes was doing movies at the time, but I think her career was kind of going different directions. Right, so they brought her on as Ro.
President wants to talk.
Sorry, I couldn't see the shadow.
Sorry.
There.
I was.
Yeah, well, Whoopi was in the original Color Purple. She did Sister Act.
Sister Act, yeah.
And
She did a
Ghost.
lot of different
Hang
films
on. Let's get Mr.
Yeah,
Vice President on.
and Ghost. Yeah.
In a way, I'm happy for Whoopi that she got to be in the show, but I agree with I think Salty first said it, that it was problematic because it took good writing and good good opportunities to be a proper counselor away from Counselor Troy, because Guinan kind of fulfilled an unofficial counselor role, so there was nothing meaningful for Troy to do. What does everyone else think of that issue? Do you think it was problematic, or do you think Salty and I are wrong on that point?
I never got that impression while Next Generation was on television.
I think some of the most boring scenes are when Troy is doing her counseling on other officers that we've never seen before. You know, that's boring. I don't like watching that. So I mean,
it might be that her character wasn't working out like they thought it would, so they brought in somebody else that could fill kind of that role, maybe. I don't know.
I mean, the stuff with Troy and Barkley is fun.
I guess we'll never know. We'll never know whether Guinan not being in the show would have made Troy a better character. Just one of those things that will.
Guinan did bring in a different type of character. I mean, she was very mysterious. We didn't know much about her. She had association with Q. I know Salty doesn't like that relationship at all between Guinan and Q, but I thought it was fascinating myself. I liked it.
Did you like what they did with Picard?
I agree. The relationship with Q was very cool. I think they squandered that relationship in Picard season 2. They had they had a golden opportunity to reveal what that's all about, and then the writing of Picard season 2 just
it was crap.
Wrecked that whole.
I guess they forgot about Time's Arrow too, right? Like that episode just didn't exist at that point. Then, if Picard went back to the year 2020, whatever, to see Guinan's like, "Hey, I remember you from 200 years ago, right? In the 1800s, we were in San Francisco together." Like, but she didn't know who he was, so I guess Time's Arrow never happened, right?
Yes, exactly. I was agreeing with you, but then I didn't realize I was muted again. It makes no sense why they forgot about Time's Arrow. The only reason I can think is some behind the scenes reason, and maybe they had to pay royalties to that writer and they didn't want to do it or something.
They forgot.
They just don't care. They don't
forgetting
care.
about Time's Arrow was one of the most infuriating things of that whole season.
They just don't. They don't care. They're not watching the old series close enough to even catch it. You know, maybe Terry Metalis would have if he was running season 2. He'd go, "Excuse me, there was this episode where Picard met Guinan in 1860s or 80s San Francisco. I mean,
right?
You know, he may have remembered, but the Shaban crew and the rest of them, no, man, they don't care. They're not. They could care less about what happened in the Next Generation to that level. You know, they know about the Borg, they know about this Q, and and you know the big stuff, but no, they're not paying that much attention. They just don't care.
Hang on, Mr. President. Omnicast, you did ask me about the relationship between Guinan and Picard. I did like that relationship. I think it helped in some episodes, like
Next Generation.
Iborg. Yeah, and Next Generation.
Gotcha. Not Picard. Not season 2 Picard. Putting that aside.
No.
Okay.
No.
Gotcha. Okay, that's what I meant. But okay. She made very vague references how she was in trouble
But I
and a
like
bald
how
man
they
helped her.
handled.
Hang on,
Yeah.
Mikey. Hang on, Mikey.
He's delayed, and I was talking. I'm sorry. No, I was saying, Whoopi made a lot. I mean, Guinan made a lot of references to how a bald man saved her one time. She was having a rough time. All those little nuggets they sprinkled in, the best of both worlds, when she said that Picard was beyond family, beyond friendship. So it added depth. You don't know exactly how they met. Well, we do in Time's Arrow, but I guess is that what she was referring to, though? Is that the trouble she was in that she was referring to? I wonder.
I think there's something else there that we haven't
Right.
seen.
Yeah.
Mr. Vice President, you wanted to say something.
Now I've got to remember what it was.
Sorry about that.
That's all right. I'll raise my hand when it comes back to me. How's that?
You're kind of in the shadows. I didn't see it. Sorry.
That's-
You're very mysterious. You like control. We can't see you.
Maybe Mr. Vice President is in Section 31.
It looks like he is. Like he's transmitting. Yeah, that's it. Or he's Future Guy. He's Future Guy from Enterprise,
there
right?
you go.
You couldn't
There
make
you
him
go.
out. That's him. That's it. Are you Future Guy, Mr. Vice President? Oh, he's muted again. Oh, Jesus. There he goes.
Well,
I was just
that was
laughing.
actually what I was going to
so
say
funny.
is
It's a
that
suggestion that
I like the fact that Guinan I like those relationships with Guinan and Q, especially when he lost his powers. I love those relationships.
Mm.
Like Guinan was on the same par with Q. Yeah.
She sticks a fork in his
I open
hand.
That was good.
Yeah.
And Mikey's on a delay again.
The best one. And that,
Mr. Vice President.
Network is bad.
I remembered what I was going to say.
Go for it.
Is everyone, because Omnicast said Terry Metalis would have remembered if he was running season
I think so.
2. But everyone says, oh, Terry Metalis this, Terry Metalis that. Yes, he was a lot better than the other runners of the series Picard, but he wasn't perfect. My biggest problem with Metalis is the way he forgot, and I can't believe he forgot this, that for a whole season, he forgot that for a whole season, Geordie LaForge was the main con officer on the bridge, and made it so that he made it in Picard season 3 that he didn't like quote unquote pilots. When he was an accomplished shuttle pilot. He did a shuttle run for many years that Jellicoe and him talked about, and he was the con officer on the Enterprise D for an entire season. So Terry Metalis is no saint either, and I'm so frustrated that stupid story element was in there about Jodie being disappointed that she's a quote unquote pilot, not an engineer. That was stupid. Someone should have caught that. And why didn't, maybe they did behind the scenes, but why didn't LeVar Burton speak up before it aired and say, when they read the script? Why didn't he say, oh, this is ridiculous? Or Riker say, this is ridiculous? We remember him in season 1 being a helmsman and a pilot. It's just
because they didn't care.
Rand's over. Rand's over.
The actors were all on autopilot. They're there for the paycheck and then fuck off.
But he did pilot the ship.
To a certain extent, I think that's true, Germ.
But I still don't understand what Mr. President's talking about. I mean, because I know in the second to last episode of Picard season 3, Geordi was sitting at the helm and Data was sitting next to him, and Picard was at the captain's chair. So he did pilot out. But is there a line that I may have forgotten about? I don't know. I don't remember what we're talking about.
What I'm talking about is that in earlier episodes of that season, they
Okay.
bring up that he doesn't like the fact that his daughter is at the helm and is a pilot, which is ridiculous. Because
on the Titan.
Yes, because
Okay.
he would not have resented his daughter for being a helmsman/pilot. So I don't know what Terry Metellus was smoking when he was writing that part.
I'll have to go back and watch that. Maybe he was disappointed that she wasn't following him in engineering or something. I thought that's what he was talking about, but I don't remember now.
On the face of it, that's what they're implying. But she did follow in his footsteps on his earlier career path. That whole thread did not make sense. What were you laughing at, Jeff? Just
I was watching Normal.
Oh, sorry.
She sees something.
So
Yeah,
what does everyone think about
Normal's got her own.
Does everyone
deal
agree
going.
with me that part of the storyline was stupid, or am I overreacting?
I tend to agree with you, Mr. Vice President.
Yeah, it was definitely an error in the writing.
But there was so many stuff that just piled up. It doesn't really make the top 10.
I don't know if I'd go that far, Germ.
No.
I think there's less than some would claim.
There's hundreds of hours of live action Star Trek, so you're never gonna have it. Everybody remember, even if they acted in it, even if they sat in the chair, they're not gonna remember it. I don't remember what I did 2 weeks ago in class because I've taught, I've been in other couple classes since then. So you're talking about something that's probably 25 years ago. They probably don't even remember. I mean, they would remember if you brought it up, but if you don't bring it up, they probably wouldn't remember. I try not to go. I think Star Trek has some of the best continuity considering the amount of stuff that they have that has ever been done. But there's going to be a lot of things that they miss.
Well, I disagree with you on that, Mercer, because there was a whole season with LaForge on the bridge as the helm officer.
Yeah, but they probably
whole season. It's not like one or two episodes.
They probably thought of that season. They probably forgot it even aired because it was so stupid.
What was the episode? The next phase. Remember that episode? The next phase where Geordi, quote unquote, died, right? With Ro, and Picard was telling a story of how he rebuilt the engines or something on the shuttle because he made a comment about how the shuttle wasn't running right, and he said at that moment, "I want Geordi LaForge as my chief engineer." I remember that line. Again, they're forgetting about season 1 where I guess he was the pilot, but that was interesting that they went that far back.
Mr. President, Vice President.
Because it sucks.
So, Mercer, I agree with you. They've done tremendous continuity up until New Trek. As soon as New Trek came along, and that includes Picard, the series, continuity went out the window. And yes, they had continuity errors before New Trek as well, but the continuity errors before New Trek were far less severe, in my opinion. And I agree with what Jeff said. He was at the helm for a whole season. As to what Omnicast said, that was an interesting thing about Geordi's funeral, but we don't know when he rebuilt the engines. Maybe Picard, maybe that was post first season, and he thought, wow, I want my next engineer to be Geordi.
I think he was referring to it before Farpoint that he said he was touring something and Geordi was the assigned shuttle pilot, and then Picard made a weird comment saying, "Oh, the engines aren't running right" or something, and he stayed up the whole night to fix it, to rebuild them, and then he saw that dedication in him.
Maybe, I mean, I'm making excuses and I'm stretching it, but maybe Picard wanted him as the chief engineer straight away, but he couldn't because the chief engineer positions were already filled with the
That's
They already had
engineer,
what?
Well,
engineer of the week.
That's a good
Yeah.
Jeopardy category.
yeah, in answer. Yeah,
I
in
think we
answer
already
to
had
your-
it.
Yeah,
The
you
first
did.
season, chief engineers. You had that category already? Okay.
Yes, and I actually just looked up that story you're talking about from the next phase, and I want to
Okay.
see what exactly Picard said.
I'm going off
And,
memory.
and here's his line. Well, I knew then I wanted him with me on my next command.
So it's in between the Stargazer and the Enterprise, probably sometime in that time period.
The thing is, he doesn't specifically say as chief engineer. He just says, I want him with me,
Okay.
whatever my next command is.
Yeah. So he requested him to be part of the Enterprise when he took command of it.
Well, that doesn't violate continuity
Professor-
because the engineer wasn't. So
I
Hang
would
on,
that's
Mickey.
my point that the continuity eras of New Trek are far more severe than old Trek. New Trek just doesn't care. But
Oh,
I'm surprised.
I completely agree with that.
I'm really surprised that the actors that involved in New Trek, as in Patrick Stewart, Jonathan Frakes, and LeVar Burton himself, didn't say. Maybe they did behind the scenes and they were just overruled. But you'd think they'd say, "Hang on a second, this little thread in the storyline doesn't make sense. Let's get rid of it."
They did give the actors some input, though, right? I mean, they talked about that in the interviews. That Terry kind of outlined what he wanted, and then I think that Gates McFadden said a few things that she disagreed with, and I think her character should be played this way instead of that way. And they all had some input, which I thought is interesting because on the old show, it didn't work like that. That wasn't the politics. The writers wrote it, the actors said it. Obviously, you can have a few conversations on the side with the producers, but you really had to kind of stick to what the writers wrote.
As the series went, I think they had more and more input.
Yeah. Yeah, it felt that way too.
Mikey, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I wouldn't say that in regards to Mercer's question before about continuity. Uh, like I said, after Enterprise, after Archer addressed the nation of planets, and then when you get to season 1 of the original series where No Man Has Gone Before, which I'm assuming is like the first episode of that. I don't think there's any series, or if I'm wrong, I don't think there's any series that has addressed the time frame between Archer's Enterprise and Enterprise. I don't think they've addressed that. I don't think any series has. Am I wrong? Or
You're saying there's been no series in
in
between
regards to
Archer
continuity?
and TOS?
Well,
Mikey?
I know there's series, but I don't think there's a series that's addressed a continuity between Enterprise and the original series. I don't think there's any series that's really addressed that.
Well, you have at least two. You have Discovery and Strange New Worlds.
That's why I was asking that.
Those are very, very close to the original series, though. They're still like, what is it, 50 or 60 years unaccounted for?
More than that.
The Romulan War, and then
Yeah, a lot more than that.
There's
Yeah.
like 90
Is
or
it?
100.
Is it that one? Because it's what, 2160, 2260, 23? Yeah, I guess you're right.
I think I hate to say Discovery here, but I think
Ugh.
Discovery is like 2255 or something like that. And Enterprise ended
There's a
in
huge gap there.
2154.
Well, then 10 years
Yeah.
after for the finale, right? They went.
Well, yeah.
If you want to count that,
That wasn't
if
an
you count
actual
it,
timeline.
right? Yeah,
That's just a hologram.
triplets.
I mean, yeah, you had very little there, but yeah, you're right. Mr. Vice President.
That's right.
I would say because Discovery and Strange New Continuity headaches are so bad that neither of those count. So therefore, Mikey's original supposition stands. There has been no series in between that adequately addressed the time between when No Man has gone before and TOS.
I think
Well
that's why
stated,
Brian
Mr.
Fuller.
Vice President.
Thank
Exactly.
you.
That's why Brian Fuller chose this time. I think it's smart, right? It is kind of a you know the characters, you know the ship, but it's before you really know them. It's an interesting time to place a series. Obviously, Discovery's a nightmare, and I don't think it's what Brian Fuller really wanted. Honestly, I think it was hijacked, but it is interesting premise to go into this time. We know Pike, we know kind of what happened with early Spock. It's a cool place to put a show. I had no problem with that. Where are you going to go post Voyager? I mean, that's your other option, which is now where Picard is, right? Is that where you're going to go? You know, I mean, they had to make some choices.
You could go between the TOS films and TNG.
Okay, that's also the Lost years, right? The Enterprise C years, I guess, right? That kind of world, Enterprise B, Enterprise C.
Or you could do an actual reboot, like an actual hard reboot.
Well, the Kelvin verse, though, I mean, that's the reboot, right? That's the movies.
A very dumbed down version.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whatever they do, they need to get away from established characters.
I
Don't
agree.
bring back a version of Kirk.
Yes.
You're going to get people yelling Shatner, and they're going to go on a freaking jihad against whoever's running it.
Think of Star Wars Rogue One. Like Rogue One had characters, but they were in the background, right? Like you had the characters you knew, but they weren't the story. They were kind of hanging out back there, you know. And then you could have a story intertwining around it. Yeah.
And even in
Or just get away from all their time periods. They're not even alive anymore, or they haven't been alive yet. Like, if you want to do between Enterprise and TOS, do it sometime after most of the Enterprise crew are gone, or fast forward to a point where
maybe like 2200.
Mayweather is, somewhere like at best, Mayweather is an old man and like into position. They had McCoy in the pilot for Next Generation.
Mr. Vice President.
I completely agree with Jim about getting away from established characters because they're proven that they can't redo established characters accurately. They just keep messing it up. However, I'm done with prequels. I would say definitely post Nemesis. They could do a series where Picard is now, but do it better than Picard. Just pretend Picard didn't exist and do a hard fork from there. I think I mentioned to you guys this before. I really liked where a fan production was going to go that was post Nemesis. They had a really good idea. They had a really advanced starship. And they even had new transporter technology and a wormhole drive for their faster than light travel that created artificial wormholes. But unfortunately, they only got 2 episodes of the series done because X and R did what X and R did, which got Paramount's heckles up, and they canned that fan production. But I would have loved to have seen that fan series continue because I really liked it. It was called Star Trek Phoenix.
Yeah, I think Captain Seven is coming. I think Star Trek Legacy is going to be made. There's enough demand for it, more than Academy, more than Section 31. The fans would like to see that. I think they know that, but now where everything's on strike, so everything's on hold. But I think there's going to be something with Seven as Captain of the Enterprise. I do believe that. There'll be another show. They want it. They want to make it that.
Yeah, because I definitely believe that, and I'd be willing to watch it. I really would. I can see Jerry Ryan definitely being the captain of our.
I have trouble with the fact that she is a captain.
Why is that?
Yeah, the way they set up the continuity for Picard.
You mean that she was
I
she was
mean,
a renegade for a while, and now somehow she's a commander, and then
yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
She has
I mean,
command of the
it's.
ship with like 2 years experience at most.
I mean, yeah, they could
well,
be
that's
counting experience on Voyager, but she wasn't a Starfleet officer. She hadn't gone through the academy. All
but she had the
that.
collective knowledge of the Borg. They assimilated starship captains. I mean, she has an innate, huge intelligence, right? And then
Yeah, but how much of that does she really know? I mean,
yeah,
I don't know.
I mean, she knew about the Omega Directive. She knew about certain things, classified information here and there. I mean, yeah, I guess
yeah.
you're
They
right.
didn't destroy. They didn't destroy transwarp conduits either. So not
Mhm.
fully.
And the point I
You
would
know,
make
most
about
of it,
that is,
but not all of it.
even if she
So there's
retains all that information that she had when she was a Borg,
Right.
and even if Starfleet counts the time on Voyager as experience,
hmm
I think that what they showed of her in the first 2 seasons of Picard, that she doesn't have the moral temperament to be a captain of a starship.
That was bad representation of her. Those first 2 seasons were really bad. It's almost like Seven forgot who Seven was. It didn't
Yeah.
seem like the same character. I mean, I see Jerry Ryan playing this character and maybe having fun playing it, but that's not who Seven was. I mean, yes, she became more human over the last 20 years and what have you, but she never was a cold-blooded murderer. She didn't deal with these mercenaries and all kinds of these gangsters and shooting women, and just it was, I don't know. It wasn't Seven, and Seven was always so smart. Remember that scene where they're trying to steal the car in season 2 of Picard, her and Raffi, and like she didn't know what to do, didn't know how to break into a car. I mean, Seven was the most intelligent. She was smarter than Tuvok.
well.
Okay, at
You could
sometimes,
blame
and then
the
she just
writers
got
for
dumb all of
that
a sudden. Yeah, that bothered me. That she lost her smartness somehow. She became like a dumb blonde and not, like the intelligent, super intelligent person that she was in Voyager.
Yeah, you have a point
Yeah.
there. Mr. VP.
I agree with everything that's been
Yeah, I
said.
totally agree there.
I have from day one of Picard, but also in Picard season 3. I don't think still think in Picard season 3 she wasn't like the Seven of old. The Seven of
Correct.
old, all autistic people on the autistic spectrum really liked her because they could relate to how Seven acted. Because she had a Borg-like personality. In season 1 of Picard, but they didn't really improve it over season 2 or 3, I didn't think, was suddenly this whole new person that even sweared, like, what the hell are you doing here, Picard?
Right.
7 of 9 in Star Trek Voyager would never have said that.
Never.
Yeah.
Just
She was
her
Jerry
speech-
Ryan
her
dressed
speech
as
patterns were
709.
totally different.
Yes, Jeremy, you're
So-
100% right. And yes, Mr.
Sorry,
VP.
what did Jim say? I missed it.
That she was playing Jerry Ryan dressed as 709.
And I'm surprised at that because I mean she knew she had that character down, especially towards the
Yeah.
the last few seasons of Voyager. She had it nailed. She slipped into that character like it was nothing. But I know in the last episode of Voyager they did remove her cortical node or something, right? So she can experience the full range of emotions. Maybe that is what they're bouncing off of, saying, okay, well, now that that node is gone, she's now going to turn more and more human acting. But again, where did her intelligence go? Where did her smarts go? Where did her technical expertise go? Out the window with that cortical node, and she turned into this rogue mercenary. And I thought she did serve some time in Starfleet when they got back to the Alpha Quadrant, but then she just drifted away and went to work for the Fenris Rangers, whoever they are, right? This rogue group of mercenaries.
I must have blocked that out.
I'm maybe I'm inferring. I think there was some period of time where she said, "Well, yeah, I lost interest in Starfleet." She made some kind of offhand comment, I think, and then just went and kind of drifted away. But I think Tuvok had some influence about her rank, and probably so did Janeway. As far as getting her promoted, getting her instated as a commander, right?
Her
Possibly.
Her
relationship
experience.
with Chakotay.
Well, that's the books again, though, right? It's not. You mean the relationship? You say relationship? You mean from Endgame? Is that what you're talking about, Mikey?
Yeah, with Chakotay.
Well,
Yeah, what happened with that? Yes. What happened with that?
It was inconvenient.
Yeah.
Mr. VP?
I guess.
Um,
Jesus.
I can only use what I know from the Royal New Zealand Navy as a guide. But if if a if a non-commissioned officer, like a person who's an enlisted personnel, is there for years and years and years, and then suddenly wants to become commissioned, they would probably into them, or if they've got expertise already and they want to bring in a civilian as an officer, but they've already got expertise in the field, which is why I'm counting the Seven situation as, because she had experience on Voyager, but she wasn't technically an officer, so that would be the closest real world equivalent. So in the Royal New Zealand Navy, with someone like that, they will only be promoted to the equivalent of a lieutenant. So, so I could buy Seven being a lieutenant by the time of season 3 of Picard, but certainly not
Or
a
Harry.
commander. But certainly not a commander, and certainly not then promoted to captain soon after. So
what
and
about?
I'm using the real life Royal New Zealand Navy as a blueprint, and her experience on Voyager is the equivalent of a non-commissioned officer, as a kind of realistic guide to the situation between Voyager, to the situation on Voyager and the situation in Picard. So it was still bad writing. She never should have gotten to Commander / XO and then to Captain. Totally unrealistic. But then
I mean,
that's not quite as terrible as the extremely unrealistic situation in the JJ verse.
yeah, cadet to captain in 30 minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
What about when Kira was absorbed into Starfleet temporarily? Remember that? And she was a commander right off the bat. She never went to the academy. They gave her a field commission of commander. Obviously, she was in another military as a colonel. So, but that was an example where she went from nothing to commander. She didn't go through the ranks.
Well, her rank of commander would have been the Starfleet equivalent to the rank she held in the Bajoran militia.
And as a colonel, right? It's kind of equivalent. But she didn't go to
And there
Starfleet
was a
Academy.
war on.
Yeah, right. But she didn't go to the academy. She didn't serve her time. She didn't, she was. It was temporary too. I mean, obviously, and it was done just for a lot of other reasons. But
Wasn't there a guy that went from ensign, that went from a cadet?
Well, she was commissioned.
what? I'm sorry, Jerem.
Hang on, Mikey.
Yeah.
Well, no, she was commissioned.
Mikey,
Oh,
hold on.
sorry.
Mercer, who's talking?
Mercer, go ahead.
Wasn't there a guy named Kirk who went from cadet to captain in one movie?
Yeah, in about
That-
30 minutes.
Yeah, that makes your brain hurt, man. That's ugh.
That's when I said Star Trek 2009, horrible film.
I was like iffy about it right from the beginning. There's something wrong with it. Like the Klingons are only 100,000 miles away from your ship. Yeah. I don't like. How does it help to save a planet by turning the sun? Like, let's say the sun is going nova. How does turning it into a black hole going to help?
It absorbs the shockwave or something. That's what I always thought.
But it's still going to make the planet uninhabitable unless you're dealing with interstellar.
It wasn't the Romulan sun that went supernova.
Well, I don't believe a supernova could affect anything outside the solar system, let alone the entire galaxy, like that was stated in the movie.
That's a good point too.
This is a special magic supernova that could travel through warp.
Yeah.
What do they call it? What, a super magic nova?
I will.
Magic
No.
MSN, Magic Supernova.
I don't know if they ever said how far
God.
away it was from the
Well, now you're
Romulan
just going in.
star.
Now you're just going into insane. Yeah. Now you're just going into insane fantasy here.
The implication was that
No,
it was
no,
the same
no.
star that was orbiting Romulus, like Romulus orbited. But that's what I implied. Because JJ doesn't know squat about astronomy, and he showed that in The Force Awakens as well.
Was it called the Hopus star?
Yeah, that was never
Something
used
like
in the
that.
movie. That was
Yeah.
only later. That was only later
Yeah,
on
something like that.
Then in Picard, they retconned it, so actually it was actually the star from the Romulan system.
And it makes no sense. Like, how would turning it into a black hole help? No, unless you're dealing with like Interstellar, where they actually have planets that orbit a black hole, which also doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Oh, that's very possible, Mercer.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
But-
you would have planets, but they wouldn't be habitable because you wouldn't have the energy in the sunlight to make anything grow.
Yeah, I think you're misunderstanding that system. There were stars in that system as well.
But the red fluid only creates a little small baby singularity, right? That'll just suck up all that energy. I think that was the idea. I can't believe I'm explaining JJ's.
They
Crap
had a
here,
lot
but-
of fluid in there, man.
Don't even try. Don't even
Yeah,
try.
I'm trying to explain it. I'm going, what am I
Yeah.
doing? What am I trying to do here?
No.
And then you had The Force Awakens, where you literally suck up an entire star into your little teeny pinhole of what it would be compared to the star, and then you could shoot it out, and then the planet you're on would die, and then it somehow shoots 5 planets in one
At the
shot.
same
It makes
one
no
shot.
sense.
Yeah, light years away.
Yeah, I hate JJ.
I'll say it though.
so
The Strange New Worlds, with they're bringing Kirk and Spock, I like that better. Although Chris Pine's a fine actor, I really do like him, and Zachary Quinto's okay, but I kind of like what Ethan Peck is doing and this new actor who's playing Kirk. There's something there. I see it. I see it brewing. So I kind of like what they're doing, although nobody else probably does. But I see a glimmer of hope for season 3.
They have the base talent, but they don't have anything to work with.
Okay.
Outside of what they're doing on Strange New Worlds, they're probably fine, serviceable actors, but when you're trying to sculpt out of pure cow manure, you're just going to get cow manure.
Chris Pine was the best as Kirk in Beyond, in my opinion. And that's the best of the 3 Kelvin films, in my opinion.
Like Beyond has might not.
That's a low bar.
It's not great. Don't get me wrong.
And I think Kirk. I think he was good in 09. I think he was
I-
good in all
I
3
wish
movies.
they would.
But his scripts were not good. Like, for example, in Into Darkness, when he's getting dressed down by Pike in the office, you could see the acting in his eyes. You could see that he was distraught, and that's really good acting. Like, look at his eyes in that scene, and tell me he's not acting crap out of that scene. He's doing really good.
I don't disagree that Chris Pine is a good actor. I think he is a good actor. I just don't like that version of Kirk, except in Beyond. I think that was the closest we got to, the original series Kirk.
You know what he's doing in Beyond is that he's playing it slightly tongue-in-cheek, which I think is appropriate. Like, there's this tongue-in-cheek aspect to the performance in Beyond. Like, it's not completely serious. And even when he's
I don't think
serious,
Kirk was, Shatner was completely serious.
That's what I'm saying. That's why it worked.
Oh,
That's why it
Yeah.
worked.
well, William Shatner knows Pine. I know that, and they did an interview, and Shatner said that Pine was like a better version of him, maybe younger, at the time. And this was just just after he did the original reboot. So, yeah, Pine and Beyond. Yeah, I have to say, he shows genuine distress when he knows that, his ship is pretty much destroyed and crashes on the planet, and and he's also very upset obviously, about why his command went the way it did. Um, after Pike died. So yeah, you know what? I hope that Pine stops his demand for money and just accept what they could give him and do a fourth one. They should do one more. I really think they should.
I don't
At least
know.
one more.
Let it die.
I don't know.
Let
Yeah,
it
I
die.
think let it
It's
die.
not about money for him.
Yeah.
He has a contract that they're trying to force him to do it. He doesn't want to do it.
Yeah.
He'd rather do pretty much anything
that's a
else.
shame.
And until he's desperate for money or they got him in a corner, it's not going to happen.
His career is doing just fine. He's and the scripts probably are not that compelling. The ones
Yeah,
that they're showing, they have script approval. They have
I
script
liked
approval.
Dungeons and Dragons. I thought that movie was funny.
Yeah, Wonder Woman. He did a whole bunch of stuff. He's been acting straight since
well-
Star Trek came out. I mean,
Yeah.
just he hasn't stopped.
Well, until the strike.
But just to be fair,
Well,
he
yeah.
didn't do so well in Wonder Woman 1984.
That was still a
Doesn't
big
matter how
movie.
good that movie was. He still got
Yeah,
They
that
didn't
film
do so well in
wasn't
the second
good.
Wonder Woman.
So the film wasn't good.
No.
Did he play? What's his name?
And I like the
Jack
first
Ryan?
Wonder Woman film.
No, I agree with you, Professor.
And let's get Mr. Vice President in here.
Sorry guys, I had to push myself up and stuff.
No problem.
What film were you saying wasn't good? Just now.
The
Wonder
second
Woman
Wonder Woman
1984.
film.
Oh, I haven't seen that at all, so I can't comment. But I'll take your
Don't
word
put
for
yourself through it.
Well, it's,
The first film was good.
yeah, it's not a very good one there, Mr. President. Yeah, the first one's awesome. The second one's terrible.
And how did that come into discussion? Was Chris Pine
in both of them.
in the? Okay. Yeah.
That's Chris Pine.
I can think of a few more times officers were made
Trevor.
officers too. Getting back to that, T'Pol was made an officer, right? Without, I mean, she came from the Vulcan. What was it? I guess High Command, I suppose, is who she worked for, Space Command, whatever.
Yeah.
But she was not Starfleet. She went right to the rank of commander. Wesley Crusher did not go to the academy. He was a kid that was growing up on the ship. He was actually a full ensign by the time he left Next Generation. Not so much an acting ensign. He had the red shirt on.
Yeah, but
And-
they didn't make him a commander or a captain or anything.
True. True.
Yeah, he was base level because TNG
Yeah.
was
No,
really acknowledging crewmen.
he's a traveler. He doesn't. He's a traveler. He doesn't need to be.
Oh,
yeah.
don't go there. Don't go
Think about
there.
everybody
He's
else,
like
so, yeah.
Mozart.
He doesn't need to be an officer. He became the traveler.
There's differences between Wesley and because he was an acting ensign, and then Picard made him a full ensign because he missed his ship going to the academy, and he did that to save Riker and Troy in that episode. So Picard gave him a field commission at that point. But
Right.
a field commission is different again. He did end up attending the academy later
Right.
on, but
And he went back to cadet. He was
Then
ranked was
then he-
reduced.
then he washed out because
Right.
because he saw that Vision Quest and the traveler
Well, because
took him.
Tom Paris. Well, because
Um,
of Tom Paris, he was.
That wasn't Tom
That's,
Paris.
He was
Mr.
in the academy
Locarno.
with Tom Paris,
Nick
and they had an
Locarno.
incident with their squadron.
That wasn't Tom
yeah.
Paris.
Was it Tom Paris?
And he
Oh,
he
okay.
stayed in the
Nick-
academy.
Same actor.
Locarno.
Same actor.
So field commission is different again, and I agree with what Jeff said. At least they didn't make him a captain. And on your point with support, I agree with that's a weird one. The T'Pol being a commander, although her Vulcan rank of sub-commander was equivalent to the
Right.
Starfleet rank of commander, but it is a bit of a stretch as well. She should have probably
Well,
been down a rank or two.
It would have been
T'Pol,
equivalent because it's an officer exchange.
Yeah, that's
yeah,
true.
Right.
and I also look at it that the Vulcan High Command was very involved in the formation of Starfleet.
Mhm.
They were just right there, step for step, with them, getting them, ready to have a Warp 5 starship go out and explore.
Yeah, that's true, Jeff. That's a good point. So I take that one back. When Kira was made a commander in Starfleet temporarily,
Huh?
was
Who?
she
Kira?
Kira.
Kira?
Okay.
Was she a colonel or a major at that point? I can't
Colonel.
remember when she got
Colonel.
promoted to colonel.
Yeah. It's the last
So
season.
that's
so
fine
colonel.
because as John said, that was a equivalent swap because colonel. No, actually, it was kind of a demotion because
Yeah.
colonel would have been one rank above what she got. I actually disagreed with her being made colonel because, and I remember this at the time, because when she was a major, she was an equivalent of a lieutenant commander, which is fine because one rank below Cisco. Once Cisco was made a captain, she should have been made a lieutenant colonel, which would have been one rank below Cisco again, equivalent to a commander. But they made her a
It
full
would
colonel,
have fit for
which
XO.
didn't really make a lot of sense because that. Uh, hang on, I'll
An
be
XO
measured
would be a
in.
major still. A colonel is usually the base commander or unit command, whatever you are. That's the commanding officer.
Yeah, but
So
I'm
it has to be a full rank below that.
Yeah. So I'm talking about the equivalent of naval ranks versus
And-
ground ranks. So she should have been made when she was promoted up from major. She should have been promoted to a lieutenant colonel. She never should have
I
been
have
promoted to colonel because then she was the equivalent rank to
I-
Cisco.
I have something I gotta
which is
say real
wrong.
quick. I have
Go ahead,
something
Mercer.
I gotta talk to Mr. President
Go ahead,
for a minute.
Mister.
I gotta talk to Mr. President for a minute. I found this game called Mr. President on my
Yeah.
table, and I just had to show
The
it to you
game
right
of
away.
what does it say? Game of something campaign politics?
Yeah, it's an excellent game. I don't know how to play it, but I had it on my shelf, and
Wow.
I had to share it with Mr. President. In fact, I'll open it while you guys.
That's
are
a
talking.
cool looking. Was it from the 60s or something, or the 50s? That's a cool looking
Yeah,
game,
it's
man.
really old. It's really
Wow.
old. I don't know how I got it, but I think
That's
it
very
was
cool.
Reds. But I just had to share it because it's right here, and it's just it's just incredible that Mr. President is here. Let me see here. This is one of the cards. I don't know. It's got stuff on it. Here's a card. I'm gonna read a card out.
That's really cool, Melissa. I don't know if you were meaning to share that with John or me, because John's the president now, but that's really cool.
John's the
Oh well. The point is, I thought if
I'm
you
not
assumed
normal.
Let me see if I can get the board out. I thought you were the president, Mr. President.
Yeah, why did you step down, Mr. President? I forgot why, Mr. Vice President.
Yeah.
Tokyo pointed out that John deserved to be the president more than I did, so then I stepped down. I stepped down as president, which gave John the presidency because he was my vice president at the time.
Then what is
And then
what is
John-
Professor? What is his position?
He was the former campaign manager of my opponent.
Look at
He's
how
the chief of staff.
complicated this game is. This game is
Well-
actually more complicated than the real thing.
Wow.
That is really vintage, man. I like that stuff though. It's cool.
Yeah, I just wanted to share that. I just had to share it. Anyway, and
Looks like 1960s. era,
it's-
70s.
I can look at the
That's
date.
really
Let me
cool.
look at this date if it's on here. I don't know where I find it. Let's see if I can find the date.
I'm the director of
Yeah, I have to say
operations.
that
I run
Nurgle
this.
is very well behaved.
He's the director of
19
operations.
1967. Mr.
Starfleet.
President, it's 1967, and it says here on the back, Mr. President realistically reenacts campaign events leading to the election of the President and Vice President of the United States. Republicans and Democrats nominate their party's candidates and plan strategies designed to sweep them into office. Voting habits of the nation reflected throughout the game are based on statistics from
We did
actual
okay.
elections
Thank you.
of the past 20 years and the same frustrations and decisions that confront actual political candidates face the players in their quest for victory. Mr. President is for 2 to 4 players. Bookshelf contains candidate ballot and campaign headquarter cards, ballot box, tally boards, undecided vote holder, dice, special pencils, and instructions. There you go.
This is before Watergate and before the dimple chat of the 2000 election, huh? So
Yeah. It'd be interesting to see an updated version of that.
right, how to steal an election.
Yeah, you're right, Chairman.
I give you 5,000 mail-in votes. You win.
That's
Congratulations.
Chad.
It's called Mr. President. I love the fact that the name of it is Mr. President, and I had to share it as soon as I saw it on my shelf here.
That's great.
Yeah.
So, Professor, then
That's
you're Commander
hilarious.
Starfleet.
That
Then
was
how's that?
great,
Or you
yeah.
want Chief of Starfleet Operations? Which one? You like
Okay.
Chief? Of,
Chief of operations. I'll take
All
I
right.
it.
wonder how much
That's
I can get for this
Commander.
game. I wonder how much it's worth.
I think
It's
that's
a
eBay.
bookshelf.
That's for you,
Oh,
man.
I
That's-
think you should make Steve.
A little
There
more.
is a-
I think you should make Steve the
That is a
assistant.
really cool game, Musa. I wish I had that game at home.
Is there a date on the book, like when it was
It's
put
in
out, or
1967.
67, 67?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
so it's before Watergate. Okay,
Yeah. Pretty cool.
There it is,
Like-
Mr. President.
I think he said 57, didn't he?
no, I think he said
What?
67, 67. I think.
When
Anyway,
was
there
it
you
put
go.
out, Musa? Say again?
67.
67.
6'7",
Yeah,
6'7".
like what Star Trek was running on the air.
67. Yeah. Yeah.
My apologies.
I do recall that board game.
I just had to share it. As soon as I saw it, I'm like, damn, I got to interrupt. I know we're talking about Star Trek. It's important. But I just had to share it because, yeah, this is awesome.
Very cool.
Also,
As the
Blue
Daleks
Whale-
would say, "Do not
And I was
interrupt.
going to say, you got Nermal
Do
all
not
praise.
interrupt."
You were right. The blue whale is the biggest animal on the earth, but the second biggest is the lion's mane jellyfish. Is the
Really?
second biggest animal.
Ah,
Maybe 103 feet long.
really?
Mr. Vice
I
President.
didn't know that.
Oops. You muted yourself, Mr. Vice President. I can't unmute you.
Sorry, I forgot that when I do that, you can't. I'll leave muting and unmuting back under your control like I did before. I'm sorry.
No problem.
So, which species used to say do not interrupt? I missed that one.
Daleks.
Oh, yes, they did, didn't they?
They did.
Yeah.
The knowledge. Exterminate. Exterminate. That.
They've made other editions of the board game.
Do you guys think that
Oh,
the Daleks make the best sci-fi villains ever? Or do you think another
Not even close.
another villain from another franchise is better?
They may be the most iconic villain.
Okay.
Yeah, just too one-dimensional.
But they can be quite devious, Germ. If you
Yeah,
see some of the
that
earlier
depends.
stories,
yeah.
they can be quite devious, downright evil.
Yeah, but their goals aren't really going much beyond exterminate.
Hey, Professor, at time.
Well, their space. I can't say the word. You know, the
Oh,
30s, 40s
Yeah.
German word that I can't say that starts with an N.
It's
That's what
called
they are.
California-
Space.
Californians.
Yeah.
You can't say that word. Okay. Get filtered.
Supposedly not.
Okay.
It's not a safe YouTube word to say.
I see. I see.
Californians. They're Californians, dude.
They're Californians, yeah.
National Socialists, right? There you go.
I don't think
If you want a
can
good
even
villain
say-
set,
I can't.
look
I
to
don't
20
even think you
40K.
can say that without risking John's channel. So be careful on the cards. You can't even say that much.
You certainly can't say the H word.
Mhm.
No, and I think the NS
Yeah.
word, the N space S word, is equally risky.
Oh, geez. Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty
That's
risky.
history. Sorry about
Yeah.
that.
It's tricky when you do a history channel.
Yeah.
But that's what I was. Sorry.
Go ahead, Mikey.
Well, yeah. What I was going to ask you, Professor, was, and what I never got a chance to ask you last week, was you personally, you said you're a Time Lord and everything. So my question to you is, do you think could defeat the Borg? Could the Daleks
Could
defeat the Borg?
I'd say no.
No way.
Could the Daleks defeat the Borg? Okay. I get it. I get it from the horse's mouth. There we go. my theory was correct. Thank you, Professor. That cleared up a lot for me.
Mr. VP.
So if John and the professor don't mind, can we just go round? Because I'm really curious. Can we just go round one by one, and everyone says what they think their favorite or the worst villain of any sci-fi franchises? Starting with John.
Let's clarify that.
Okay.
Worst villain? What do you mean by that?
Oh, okay. Most dangerous, most menacing.
Okay.
Okay.
I'd say
Let's
So-
go in reverse
Ryan
order. Let's go in reverse order. Or let's go
Ryan
in reverse
Johnson
order
is the
first.
worst villain.
Ryan Johnson.
So hang on, sorry, Musa, what was that?
Ryan Johnson is the worst villain in science fiction.
I
Yes,
think
sir.
he means on a story. The characters in the story.
Well, it'd have to be the CIA agents that captured Gordon Shumway. I don't know. I thought of a good villain earlier. No, the Penguin from Wallace and Gromit. He's actually a chicken. The one that wanted to steal the diamond.
Okay.
Nobody's
You're
talking.
going with that.
That's what I'm going with.
Okay.
Germ.
I'd have to go with Chaos as a whole from 40K. Because they could just literally bring hell into the real world.
All right. I probably wouldn't go that way. I wouldn't go with something that's has mysticism or religious type affiliation to it. I don't know if that would.
It's
I
a
don't know if that
solid
would fit.
sci-fi, solidly in sci-fi. It's
Okay.
just heavy grimdark.
Mr. Vice President, you want to come in on that?
Sorry, I just misheard what Resort Jim said. Maybe I've never heard of that villain before.
Warhammer 40K. Forces
Oh
of Chaos.
no, sorry, I'm not familiar with that franchise. But if you want to describe that villain, I'd be so.
That's essentially demons from their version of hyperspace.
Like the one in Event Horizon.
Yes. Imagine Event Horizon 40,000 years into future.
Got it.
Okay, fair enough. You want to comment on that again, Mr. Vice President?
Just thanks for the explanation and interesting villain. I'd never heard of Warhammer. You play with models, don't you? But
Yeah, it's
anyway,
a tabletop game, and they got expanded into a lot of different other stuff.
I've got 40K.
okay, cool.
I've got a bunch.
So
I've got a PAL army.
So we'll ask Mikey next what his
That's
worst
tutors.
villain in sci-fi.
Okay,
Mikey, you want to comment?
Worst villains, we're saying? Yeah, worst villains, we're
Most
saying?
devious, most
Okay,
dangerous.
I most devious, most dangerous. You know what? I'm gonna go like really left field and go with the creation of the aliens.
Creation of the aliens.
From Prometheus and how they got to the Nostromo and stuff.
Xenomorphs.
Okay. Any particular reason why, Mikey?
Yeah, I said that it was Ripley's aliens, that formed from the Prometheus.
Why?
They're
Why
the
are
most
you
devious,
going with
dangerous
them?
ones. The aliens.
Why
Like,
do
they're
you
just
think
killing
that?
machines.
Okay.
I go in with them because they're just killing machines. They're mindless. Well, they're mindless killing machines. They go to conquer, and that's why the predators use them as hunting, sport. You know, so they're dangerous if they're let loose, and the predators go after them as hunting sport. So I consider them the worst, really.
Okay.
The aliens. I love those
Omnicast.
aliens.
It's funny. I was actually thinking the exact same thing
Yeah.
that Mikey said with the
Queen is awesome
Xenomorphs.
too. Yeah.
Yeah, from the Alien franchise. They're pretty nasty. They stay in your memory. They're horrific. You think about them in all the movies, and they may not have fleets of starships, and they may not be conquering the universe and what have you. But if you're caught in close quarters with them, it's a scary experience. I was also thinking
definitely.
I was thinking about the Starship Troopers movies, although a little bit lighter, maybe, but still fun. The bugs, the alien bugs, those are pretty nasty too. Those were fun to watch tear up, the soldiers, the humans, whatever, and so that was those two stick in my mind. Again, I don't know about Universal Conquest, but they're nasty, and the Predator too is cool. Same world as the Alien, I guess.
Well, I'm going to go in a different direction. I'm going to go with an individual here. And I think you have to have intelligence and be devious and scheming, that sort of thing.
Robert Kurtzman.
The one that comes to mind is Scorpius from Farscape.
Oh.
He is just a piece of work. I mean, he's very, very intelligent, very devious, very scheming.
Sorry.
Mr. Vice President, go ahead.
Sorry, I accidentally unmuted myself and then muted myself and then realized you couldn't unmute me when it was time. But I like your choice, Jeff, because I'm also
And not only that, he's powerful.
I didn't think of him at all, but I like your choice. And to the other choices, sorry, I haven't seen all of the Alien. I've only seen bits and pieces, like snippets, one or two scenes of the Alien movies. It's on my list to watch properly, but interesting choices there. And I was thinking, because at the start of this, I was thinking of the Dalek. I was gonna think maybe Best of Both Worlds Borg, but certainly not post Voyager Borg, because Voyager made them less of a threat. But the Daleks are menacing, and also I really like Scorpion. And would you include Harvey in the Scorpion? Because Harvey was a chip.
Well, yeah, Harvey was
Yeah.
basically Scorpius and Crichton's mind.
Yes, indeed. So would you include him in your?
Yeah, I would. I mean,
Yeah,
it's his personality.
Yeah. Cool.
And we have not heard from John.
Sorry, John. I was gonna ask John next. Sorry.
So, okay, there's a couple different ways I was trying to think about how to approach this. Like, well, my mind normally goes to Star Trek for these sorts of
John,
questions.
what's your idea?
So we're talking about like most powerful enemy, for example. One thing that came to mind was Species 8472,
Yeah.
as they were basically wiping the floor with the Borg. But if we're thinking of more of an angle of like the most devious or underhanded, I'm thinking of somebody like the Dominion, because they have the multi-pronged attack. If you have the changelings who can replace anybody, plus they also have these vicious warriors, the Jeopnerdars, who basically everybody's scared of. So those are the avenues I was kind of thinking of.
Not to mention they have the ultimate bureaucrats, and
That too.
everyone's scared of a bureaucrat.
Exactly.
The Vorta.
The Vorta.
Very, very good choice, John. I like it. Very good reasoning.
Yeah, I like that too. Yeah, that's good, John. Good choice.
That was an interesting question, Mr. Vice President.
Yeah.
Thank you for raising that. I think we had a good discussion about that.
You're welcome. I thanks everyone for answering. I really enjoyed it.
John, you don't think the Kazon were a really big threat?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
Now, it's interesting you bring up the Kazon Omnicast, because there was an article recently that John brought up.
The ugliest
Mikey,
ones in
hold
the
on.
universe.
Mikey, hold on. There was an article that John brought up on Discord recently about Voyager, and it discusses how Voyager backtracked so many times that it was feasible for the Kazon to be in the first couple seasons of Voyager, and even in a little bit into the third season. I don't know, John, if you want to talk about that or not.
It's interesting.
Sure, yeah. One of the things that people sometimes criticize about the first couple of seasons of Voyager is that the Kazon, on the one hand, seem to be so technologically inferior to Voyager, and yet they keep running into them over and over again.
Right.
So I found this article online somewhere where they talked about how when you add up all the times that Voyager had to like turn around and do something, they went off this little side trip, and so on and so forth. There was actually plenty of time for the Kazon to catch up with them. But after the whole basics episode, they finally left the Kazon behind. You didn't see him anymore.
Yeah, that was enough of them.
Not only that, John, the article talked about how normally in a Star Trek series, one season is like 1 year in show. But in Voyager, the first couple seasons were not like that. There was a lot less time that had passed.
I'll put it in the chat if anybody wants to look at it.
Also,
it was like they didn't hit year 2 until deep into the second season, and the third year wasn't until deep into the third season, rather.
Also, space is not always a straight line, with gravity and course plotting. They're not just going straight home. They're kind of going around in little eddies and stuff.
Well, the article also talked about the number of times that Voyager actually turned around and went back the way they came.
Really?
Yeah, I put the link to the article in the
what was-
chat.
Oh, good idea.
And then they mentioned,
there
for
it is.
example, in the episode resolution takes place over like several weeks, involving where Voyager will. That's when Janeway and Chakotay get sick and they get left behind on a planet for a while.
He builds her a bathtub.
Yeah, so the voyage they spend a couple of weeks there, waiting for the doctor to find a cure. Then they spend several weeks going one direction. They spend several weeks going back to pick them up. Then they have to spend another several weeks going back again. So this is how this time kind of adds up.
That makes sense. They would do course corrections to get supplies. They went to find the female caretaker. I remember that took them off course significantly, right? When they sent to her or her life signs
Yeah, I think so.
or Compton life signs, whatever it was they were trying to find. Yeah, that makes sense. And the Kazons were one only after like gangs, weren't they? Like street gangs or something?
Yeah, kind of like that.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we lost Mikey there.
Yeah.
Satellites have moved out of the area.
I can't find my phone still. I think Normal hid it from me.
Uh-oh. Did you leave the house today?
Yeah,
Your
no, I
home.
had it here. I brought it home, and I even had a sensor on it, but I can't find where it is. So I have to look for it when I'm done with this chat.
Oh boy.
It was all part of the Secret Federation. That was a good episode. That was a good one.
Absorb too much information into your
Yes.
Yeah, good one, Thomas.
That was a good one. I mean, Chakotay was believing her too. That was the funny part.
Yeah.
He was drinking it up. He's like, "Oh well, okay, it's possible. Yeah, you're right." Yeah.
Yeah, what season? Hey, John.
Yes.
John, what season was that? What season of Voyager was that Year from Hell? The one that they had the terraforming. That had Kurtwood Smith was in charge of that.
That was
The
Year of Hell was in
terraforming
season
planet.
4.
4, 5.
What year
four.
was that?
4.
The Year from Hell.
Was this
Season 4.
Fourth season? Yeah.
okay?
Fourth season. Okay. Which is still a great.
I was thinking 5, but
Yeah.
I'll take your word on it
Fourth season. Okay.
because
Yeah,
you're
that's
usually
still a great,
right,
That's
John.
still a great season. Oh, 5?
Oh yeah.
No, he's not right. It's his beard that's right. His beard
okay.
calls him.
Oh, it's the beard. Okay.
The beard is actually what's causing the power behind his mouth moving up and down like Teddy Ruxpin. And it just tells him what the right answer is, like a tape. Like, you know.
You could be right about that, Mercer.
Look at Normal. She loves it.
I really wish.
Yeah, you're
Hang on, Mikey. Hang on.
Season 4.
Go ahead, Mr. Vice President.
As we've talked about a couple of times before on this channel, but it's a good opportunity to bring it up again. I wish they went with their original idea of the Year of Hell to make that storyline a whole season instead of a two-parter. That would have
I
been
agree.
fantastic.
Well, they kind of did that with
No.
Enterprise season 3, though, right? We got
They
to see
did.
that. Yeah.
I don't know if there was enough there to do a whole season of the Year of Hell.
Okay.
Yeah, they would have had to reset it
They should have
anyway.
made it real. They should have made it real, though. That's the problem I had with it. It's that at the end of the episode, you just see Voyager and it's brand new.
Well, time got reset.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, that's
Yeah.
the thing that bugged me.
Time was rewritten, as a Doctor Who phrase goes.
But they had to do that pretty much whatever horrible catastrophe they ran into. The ship has to be ready for the next episode.
And Janeway has to
So
get her
if
line
it's
out.
season long or a two-parter, it's going that way.
You know what bugged me about Voyager too? Not only was the ship fixed every time, but like you could tell whether the episode is going to be a drama or a comedy by whether the opening scene is going to have the bridge lit up or very dark. Like before you even get to any lines of dialogue, as soon as you see the bridge, and if it's dark, you know it's going to be a drama episode. If it's like all lit up, if it's very bright, probably going to be a lighter episode. That bugged me about the show.
Time's up.
Anyway,
And-
Normal and I are going to get going soon.
You mentioned Enterprise Season 3.
Yeah.
You saw damage to Enterprise in
True.
Season 3, and it was, the ship was getting worse as
Oh,
the season
God,
went
yeah.
on.
Oh, yeah. They had a
I,
steal
I,
warp
I,
core, right? At the end.
yeah, I
There was-
really liked how they did that part of that season.
That was great.
Yeah. The
I
damage.
like how they get a call from engineering. There's something going to happen up there, and all of a sudden, like the
Yeah.
lights burn out on the bridge, and something falls on
No,
them.
I mean, they tried different villains in Voyager, but the Borg took a good chunk of it, obviously, but they never really found anything that was really messing with them too much. The Hirogen here and there, the Malon, garbage men, the hierarchy folks are kind of funny. The Devore Imperium, they were supposed to be a big deal, but they never really turned into anything. Like, they never found a real tough nemesis to deal with out there.
Yeah.
Well, it's also tough
concept
because
itself
they
sorta
keep
hurts it.
moving.
Right.
Sorry,
And
sure.
I'm sorry.
That's exactly what I was going to say. The concept of them moving forward all the time. The villains aren't really going to go all that far out of their way to chase them.
Did you notice too how when they landed in the Kazon sector over there in the Delta Quadrant that they had very little technology, no transporters, no replicators. But as they started getting closer to home, every alien had transporters. Every alien had replicators. Like, it was no big deal anymore. When they got, as the seasons progressed in Voyager, the aliens they dealt with were not impressed by Voyager's technology anymore. They weren't dazzled by it. Like, yeah, whatever. We have race shuttles too. We have transporters. We have all the same stuff you do. Ain't no thing. But they made it a big thing in the first few seasons of Voyager. The unique technologies.
Yeah.
I think the article goes into that a little bit.
Does
too,
it? I want to read it. I'm
John.
going to check it. I'm going to click on it. Well,
Yeah, the author is making the case in the article that the area where Voyager first gets deposited in the Delta Quadrant may have, at some time in the past, been like a technologically advanced version, somewhat like the Federation, but various things happened to different species and it gradually deteriorated.
Yeah.
or the Vardwar.
Yeah.
Right?
It
They were.
mentions-
Vodwar or Borg sweep in to
Yeah.
take whatever they got.
They mentioned like the Vidians contracted the phage, and there was
Mhm.
there was these species that created the robots that killed them all.
Yeah.
And he goes over a couple different examples.
Interesting.
I believe Vice President wanted to say something.
A while back, I was just gonna make a hang on, Mikey. I was just gonna make a cheeky comment a while back when you said about season 3 of Enterprise. That was a good insight into the ship getting damaged and a lot of dramas they had to deal with. The only problem was it was on Enterprise.
I'll pretend you didn't say that, Mr.
Come
Vice
on.
President.
It was a good story. You have to admit, that was ambitious.
I've got
You know.
a reputation to maintain here. At least I'm
Of course,
Oh,
Mr.
man.
Vice President.
But I like Voyager. I'm not nitpicking it. I like what they did. I mean, I'm not hating on it at all.
Yeah.
And they just played it a little safe, a little bit.
Yeah, there's where I verified it. It was a two-parter there, season 4, episodes 8 and 9. Yeah. Still one of my favorites with Kurtwood Smith. Great
Thank you,
show.
Mikey. Those were good
Love those
episodes. I did like those episodes. I just don't think they could have stretched it to a whole season. Mr. Vice President?
I was also going to comment on Voyager. I've heard some people say that Voyager was like the Diet Coke version of the Next Generation, as in it was like Next Generation Light. I also did appreciate Voyager though, and it's miles ahead of New Trek, even though
No question.
even though it was arguably weaker than some other Trek. And I would also say again, it's sorry, I have to say this, especially the first 3 seasons, it was miles ahead of Enterprise as well.
I disagree with you there.
Yeah.
Even
Yeah,
though I
Enterprise
excluded-
slowly got better while Voyager slowly got worse.
Even though I excluded the 4th season of Enterprise from that comment and said the first 3 seasons, you still disagree with me on that one.
And the 4th season was interesting of Enterprise, though. They tried to do these little 3-4
No,
story kind of stories, or episode stories.
no, hang on. I said I'm genuinely interested on Juice for Penny. I specifically excluded the 4th season because everyone says the 4th season's really good, and
Okay. You like that?
In fairness, when I get the opportunity to have a Netflix account again, I will rewatch the 4th season. But are you genuinely saying that even with the caveat of only saying that seasons 1 to 3 are bad, are you saying that Voyager still doesn't outshine 1 to 3 of Enterprise?
I contend seasons 1 through 3 of Enterprise are not bad.
Yeah.
Okay. But wouldn't you say that Voyager is better than all of them?
No.
Okay.
I wouldn't
Interesting.
say it's even close.
Oh, really? Interesting.
No, yeah.
Okay.
It's more comfortable.
So,
You know, you slip into it. You just watch it and
so you have
feel
to
comfortable watching it.
that year ago, as we said, is good, but Scorpion is also just as good.
Okay, that mostly broke up, Mikey. We didn't hear what you said. I just caught Scorpion. That's all I heard. Welcome, Erivik.
Greetings.
Hello, Eric Thunder. There he is. Eric Thunder.
Jolan True.
Jolan True.
Eat your soup.
Eat your soup. Plummeek. Eat your soup. I don't want this crap. Throw it out.
All right, let me ask you guys a question tonight. That's cool. I was
Mr.
watching.
Vice President,
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
want to make a
Go ahead.
comment.
I did, but I can wait till after Omnicast goes because I was just gonna have one more question about Enterprise for you guys, but I'll let Omnicast go because he's got a fresh question.
No, just really quick. I was watching Amok Time, and there's a scene where Kirk walks out of Spock's quarters. Is the soup still on the wall there? Did any of you ever catch that before? Because I never saw that before. And if you look very closely, after they have the birds and bees speech, you see this red junk on the wall. Is that supposed to be the Plomeek soup that he didn't clean up yet?
I would
Did you guys
assume,
ever
yeah.
catch that? Okay.
I had
Never
specifically
noticed it
it.
myself.
It was crazy. I rewound it.
Yeah,
I'm like, how did I never see this before? You've seen it? Okay. I've never seen that before.
Yeah.
Like, what? Okay.
I've got a follow-up question for that Omnicast.
Yes.
Were you watching the remastered version or the original before? It was
I was
remastered?
watching the remaster. That's interesting. So you think they CG'd some soup on the wall?
They
Is that
might
what
have.
Okay. Interesting.
I'm not saying they did, but they might have.
Interesting.
Yeah.
It was red. I know that the wall was like the grayish blue, whatever that flat color that the walls were, and then there was red kind of dripping stuff. I wonder why they leave it there. Why would Kirk leave his ship dirty like that?
Well,
Not
could
clean
get
enough.
other people to clean for him, but
Yeah.
I don't own
I'll show you how to make this man
the
clean
original
it up
stick.
afterward.
You don't own the originals, Professor?
I don't own the originals on Blu-ray or DVD. I have one episode on DVD, but on the Blu-rays, do they have the original effects? The way it was originally filmed back in the 60s?
Did they? Did they give you both?
Does anyone know?
I don't own them either.
Do you have them, John?
They
No,
did
I
a
don't.
comparison, Professor. They did a
Go ahead.
comparison on YouTube of that episode, and they showed the soup when it was thrown onto the wall. They did a comparison of the remastered episode versus the original, and I did see that. And they had noodles that were part of that wall. So, but
So
that
they
was
may
a
have.
comparison they did on YouTube. So one of the
That's
channels.
interesting. So there was some
Yeah.
soup there in the 60s, and they may have enhanced
Yeah.
the soup in the 2000s when they came up with the Blu-ray. Okay. I never saw that
Yeah.
before. I watched that episode 100
I'd
times.
assume that.
Yeah, when they did
what
that,
happened.
yeah.
Oh, remember they did clean up the footage as well for the Blu-rays, and they also did it for DVD. But the Blu-ray, you get a much clearer picture.
Oh yeah.
They didn't really step it up too much on at least the original DVD release.
Yeah, better picture of it.
Well, they didn't redo the effects either, right? They kept the original effects, just cleaned up the film dirt, right? They kind of.
I
Yeah.
think they have the new effects
Yeah.
on the newer
Just cleaned it up a little bit, yeah.
DVD release.
Oh, they do. I
Yeah,
thought that was
on the remaster.
Blu-ray.
I believe they
okay.
do.
The original, the hardcover case ones, I think they just cleared up the resolution. That's about all.
Then they remastered them with new effects.
Yeah,
And I remember they aired that on television.
that was like 5 years later, I think. A little more than 5 years later.
Yeah, like 2007, 2006.
Yeah, the
sometime around there.
remaster started in 2006, and they went like 2 years, I think, before they did them all.
What did it?
Mr. Vice President.
Speaking of
He says,
different editions and remasters and things, John, have you received your remastered Babylon 5 on 4K Blu-ray yet?
It's just
Actually, I'm not sure if it was 4K Blu-ray. I mean, not John, Jeff. And I'm not sure if it was 4K Blu-ray or standard Bluray, but you were going to get Babylon 5 on Blu-ray. Did you receive that?
Well, the animated film that they recently released, I got on 4K Blu-ray. It also has the Blu-ray disc in it. You can buy the Blu-ray by itself. They do not have a DVD version. They do have a digital version if you want to just digital. As far as the series goes, they have not released it yet on disc. You can buy the digital version from Apple, Amazon. There might be another place you can get it. I don't know. The series will be on disc and only on Blu-ray, standard Blu-ray, in December.
cool.
But you said they were enhancing it more than the one they released on HBO, right? Or the one you can purchase from Apple now. That's not. It's the same. It's the exact same.
No, it's the same. It's the same.
Okay.
Yeah, but they did what they did. Okay, it's complicated. So they filmed the live action footage in widescreen for Babylon 5, the series. The effects were all digital, and they were only done in 4:3.
Right.
So you get this mix. When they transmitted it for television, it was transmitted as 4:3, but they had all the live action footage, except the ones that had the digital effects in it, added on to it in 16:9. So when they did the DVDs, they did the whole thing in 16:9, which made any of the effect shots, they had to zoom in, and it was already not real high quality digital footage. So when they zoomed in, it looked unfocused, blurry, if you will. So the effect shots didn't look real good because they had to, zoom in to make it 16:9. You lost part of the picture and all that. So when they redid the series, remastered it for HBO, they did 4:3. They did away with the 16:9. They went back to the original 4:3 as it was transmitted back in the 90s, and they took all the live action footage and they remastered it to 4K. The effect shots they upscaled to HD. And then when it went out to HBO, they downscaled the 4K to HD, and you got an HD picture.
Okay.
All right.
Huh.
And that's what's on Amazon. That's what's on Apple. Now, what's interesting about the Amazon is there are 2 episodes that have a scene missing. The Apple version is the complete show.
What scenes are missing on the app?
I don't know the exact episodes. There's one from like season 2 and one from season 4. Like the first scene is missing or something like that. The Apple version is the complete show. Those 2 scenes are in there. So if you get the Apple digital version, you get the whole series. As far as I know, the Blu-rays are going to be just like the Apple version.
Probably some more behind the scenes stuff, though, commentaries and what have you, right? A little bit more.
I don't know how much of that's going to be on there.
Well, I have the Babylon 5 DVDs from back in the day. Joe Straczynski did a lot of commentaries on those episodes, and so did the actors.
Hopefully they include that.
Right.
I don't know if they. I don't know if they will. I hope they do. So, Mr. Vice President, you wanted to say something.
Yeah, thanks for explaining that, Jeff. Unfortunately, I don't know if I'll ever be able to find unless I buy the disc and end up buying a Blu-ray player. I don't know if I'll ever be able to find a digital version of the movie, the latest animated movie, to play legally, which is really annoying because on Amazon, they've seen in my country it's not available. If I was across the ditch in Australia, it's available. I really, really hate geo-blocking. I don't think it's fair. They're making it harder for people to do the right thing as opposed to pirate things. And I really don't want to pirate it. I want to support them properly. But I don't know why Warner Brothers and all franchises do this. They have horrible geo-blocking. We're all part of citizens of the world, so to speak. If we want to pay for things and watch them, it shouldn't matter which country we're in. It's so annoying. But sorry for venting, but I really wanted to vent my frustration and that's why I was asking you about the series, but I forgot that it wasn't released until December. Sorry, because
it's okay.
It might be worth me buying a Blu-ray player if I end up buying the series on Blu-ray, but I don't want to buy a Blu-ray player just for watching one movie. But before I even think about buying anything on Blu-ray, especially the Babylon 5 series, I want to get your opinion on it to see whether the upscale reveals too many flaws in the set and shatters the illusion.
Okay, to clarify, the only thing that was upscaled is any effect shots.
Okay.
The live footage that does not contain effect shots in it or CGI, they are remastered at 4K
from the film,
then down from the original film.
Right.
It's not an upscale. And you're muted, Mr. President.
Sorry. Even on the new Blu-rays that are scheduled to come out soon, they're still not upscaled there.
What is upscaled is any CGI.
Yeah.
Okay. All the effect shots were CGI. So you have the space battle, that's CGI, that's upscaled. If you have a composite shot where you have, let's say, Garibaldi firing his PGP gun, that has an effect shot in it. It has CGI. So that is upscaled. But if you have Ivanova and Sheridan talking on the in Sheridan's office, let's say, and there's no effect shots, that is pure footage that they remastered from the original film.
But they didn't piece it together like they did the Next Generation, scene by scene, did they? They took an original master cut episode and just kind of upscaled that film, right? Or
I
that
don't
video.
think it's upscaled.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm rescan, I should say, not upscale. I mean, because
Yeah, I think you're right about that.
Next Generation, what they did was so labor intensive. They had to reconstruct the entire series. I mean,
Yeah.
every scene, every cut. I mean, I don't think they went to that length with B5. I think B5 looked better to begin with, like you said, and it was shot in 16:9, unlike Next Generation. But I don't know, because TNG got mastered on tape. That was the problem. They mastered everything on videotape, low resolution videotape. That's why it looked so crummy. Even going to DVD, it didn't look good.
Right. Mr. Vice President.
Yeah, sorry, you did say all that before, but I still lost track of the different formats and whatnot. I apologize. But
No problem.
even if it's not an upscale, even transferring it to Blu-ray couldn't it still show set fours? Couldn't set fours still show up more on Blu-ray because you're transferring it to a different medium, or no?
Well, it's going to be a higher resolution. So, yes, you're going to see flaws more than you would on, let's say, a DVD.
Yeah.
Or originally transmitted on television.
Yeah. So that's why I want to wait till you, because you have an intention of buying them, do you not? When they come out in December.
I've already pre-ordered.
Yeah. So that's
now
why
you may want to talk to Thomas, because Thomas has the digital version from Apple.
Okay. Is the digital version of the series, not just the movie?
Yes.
Okay.
That's been available since 2021.
Okay. So Thomas, have you seen? Is it still really good watching? And you don't see any shit flaws, like obvious flaws in the carpet and whatnot, or something that shatters the illusion, or you don't get shadows of boom mics, etc. I'll just wait.
He says it looks fine to him on digital.
Oh, okay. Thanks very much, Thomas. I appreciate it. And no, with all due respect, I won't be buying 10 copies.
Well, yeah. I'm not either, Thomas.
What I like better is the fact that a 4K. No, I'm just saying that 4K doesn't really appeal to me because I get a lot of upgraded stuff from DVDs and Blu-rays because I have that kind of player that can do that. But my question is to John and Professor is 4K really worth it? That's my question, because I don't think it is.
Okay. John, do you have a 4K television?
I do not, so I can't really comment on it.
Okay.
It's worth it if you have a really big TV. Like I have a 58-inch, which is 4K, but I only watch Blu-rays on it and stream sometimes in 4K. But you're not going to really. The bigger your TV, the better resolution you want. But if you have something where you're sitting only 4 feet away from a 58-inch TV, it's going to look great in Blu-ray. It really does. I mean, so some people believe that you can't even see, the human eye can't even see 4K. Now, I don't know if that's true or not. I'm just saying some people say that. But I'm just saying the bigger TV you have, the better resolution you want. That's just the way. So if you have anything over 60 inches, you probably want 4K.
Let me add to that. I think it's more than just the television size. It also has to do with color. The better television you have, and I have a 55-inch. Okay, just to clarify, I have a 55-inch 4K television. I went out and I bought a really good 4K television. I didn't spend $2,000 or $3,000. I did spend under $1,000, but I got a really good one for under $1,000, and it has exquisite color.
Right.
So if you get like HDR plus color, if you get Dolby Vision, those things are worth it because they really make the color pop like you're watching at a theater, a really good theater environment. So
Professor,
if you have a good television set that can really pop the color, has really great contrast, it's worth it. It's better than the Blu-ray resolution, the HD resolution.
Yeah. Now, does the TV that you're talking about that you carry, does that come automatically with a 4K player or a reader?
No,
Like
you have to buy a separate player.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, most televisions don't have a player built into them. You used to be able to buy a TV with a DVD built into it.
I think he's asking if it'll stream in 4K. I think that's what he means.
Yeah, will it stream in 4K? That's the other question.
If you get a smart television, it will.
Yeah.
And most 4K players are television sets, rather, are smart TVs.
Yeah, now ours is a Samsung. It's probably about I use about a 24, 25 inch, I think. But I know it's less than 50 inch. But I have a Sony DVD and Blu-ray player attached to it. And that didn't cost us more than, I think, less than 200? Something like that. So
you can get a 4K television for like $200-$300 if you watch for a special. It's not going to be a 60-inch or anything like that. You're probably going to get a 48-inch or something in that size range. But
right,
and it won't be the best of the best of the best, as they say on Men in Black. But you can get a 4K television for that.
Yeah.
And Mr. Vice President.
I have to admit to a really stupid, not what's the word, brain fade on my part, because I forgot that you need a 4K television before you can use a 4K player. So I'm gonna have, before I even consider buying B5 or 4K, I'm gonna need to upgrade
in the private chat.
Private chat,
I put the link to what I
apologize for being so silly, but I forgot to factor that in as well.
That's quite a link, Mercer.
I only spent $300 on my HD TV, but that's what I got in the chat, and it's only $300.
I also have a Hisense, but I went with a higher brand or higher model rather. Mine's a 55, but it has the Dolby Vision, HDR plus, has all of that, and then of course I had to buy the Blu-ray 4K Blu-ray player as well, which is additional.
Look at the price on this. Look at the price on the TV I sent.
Yeah, I'm not trying to brag or anything. My picture is probably going to be a lot better than your picture.
My picture is awesome. I'm going to tell you right now, it's freaking awesome. Orville looks great. It might be better. But this TV, like people come over and they're amazed that that's a picture. They're amazed. blacks are solid. They're amazed.
At a
People come
certain
over
level,
and
though,
just watch TV.
I think it stops being worth it at a certain level, though.
only
Especially
thing
if
it
you're
can't-
watching
the
a
only
lot
thing
of
it
classic
can't-
shows.
Yeah.
The upscale is just going to start revealing flaws in the production that you're never meant to see, since it is originally broadcast at such a low level. Like, you were
You're
never
right.
supposed to see that the stuff on TNG, those panels were just covered in gibberish.
The only thing my
Well,
TV
even the
can't-
carpeting, you can see
only-
problems in the carpeting.
The
Yeah.
only thing my TV
So
can't
is it
do
really worth to see it in 4K if that's the only thing you're going to see? That's
Well, you're
being
seeing that
assaulted
in
by
the
all these mistakes.
you're seeing that in the HD version as well.
Yeah, but you can't see Bluetooth doesn't work
The
on
2K.
the TV that I have. That's the only thing that doesn't work.
Bluetooth.
Bluetooth doesn't
Right.
work, but otherwise, this
Okay.
TV has.
Do you have
great
Dolby
pictures.
Vision
Yeah,
with
Bluetooth,
that
yeah.
television?
I don't know what Dolby Vision is, but
Okay, it's a higher image picture. Yeah,
I'm
it does
not
have
sure.
Dolby Vision. It does.
It's a great TV.
I guess it depends on how much you want to spend. I went and bought a 4K television because I wanted.
I still love it.
I'm sorry, Mercer. I went and bought a 4K television because I wanted the 4K Blu-ray version of Star Trek: The Motion Picture Director's Edition.
Nice. So yeah, I'm
That's
happy with it.
That's a beautiful movie.
All I can say is I'm happy with this. All right. I mean, when I get more money, I'll probably buy something else. But
If you're happy with it, that's great.
People come in and they watch. They're just like I said. Somehow,
Sure.
for some reason, this deal is unbeatable. Like $300 for this TV, unbeatable. You can't lose.
Hisense is a good brand.
Yeah. And like I said, $300. As soon as I got my first check from being a substitute, that's what I treated myself. It's like, yep.
Nice.
And I remember, like, I was
Okay.
only going to watch like a little bit. I ended up spending the
And,
entire Friday night
Thomas
watching
Hoff is
King
right.
Kong. I watched Peter Jackson's King Kong, and the first night I got it, I'm like, this movie is amazing looking. It's a boring ass movie, but it's amazing looking.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true, Thomas. 4K players
Yeah,
can
he's right
also
about that,
play
Thomas Fox
DVDs
is.
and standard Blu-ray discs, as well as the 4K Blu-ray discs.
Yeah.
That's
Hey,
true
listen,
as well,
But if you're on a
Thomas.
fixed budget, it's
Let's say
probably
you got
better.
this TV and you didn't like it, you could always put it
Yeah.
in the bedroom and get a better TV for the main room because it's only $300.
Yeah, that's what I did with my HD TV. I put it in the bedroom. Microfiche.
Mr.
Is
VP.
there ever talking about the FIC, HD, microfiche?
So I've got a question. I know you won't see it at the same resolution, but if you get a full Blu-ray player to play a full 4K disc, could you still see it on a regular HD television, even though you won't see the full detail? Will it still play, or will it not play at all?
I don't think so. I've never tried it, but I don't think so. I think you need a 4K TV.
You do. We have
Okay,
an
thank you.
HDTV,
Thank you, Jude.
which is accommodated to our. We have got Mr. Vice President, so yeah. But you will.
They're breaking up badly, Mikey. I think we've had a fascinating discussion on 4K and Blu-ray and digital and all of that. What do you think, John?
I think we have too. Unfortunately, I also think I'm going to start wrapping up the stream since we've had a very long and entertaining discussion tonight.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm glad I got to share my TV with you guys because I do like it. What can I tell you? But go ahead, try it. For 58 inches,
I like our
house in my
TV we have.
All right, good night, guys.
Good night,
Thanks,
Mercer.
Mercer.
Thank you. And Mr. VP.
I'd just like to say thanks for the game and thanks for the discussion and say good night to everyone. I do have a couple of questions for John and Professor, which I'll need to ask very quickly after the stream, if that's okay. I won't keep you up long because I know it's late, but if you guys could just stick around after the live stream has ended, I'd really appreciate that.
No
Okay.
problem.
And why would you be yelling at your television, Thomas? Sorry,
Because
John.
the Steelers suck.
Wow.
I think they're going to be better than Thomas thinks.
I want to check, Professor. Are you having a question of
Hey,
track
Tom.
tomorrow, as far as you know?
Yes, we are doing that tomorrow. I already have
Yeah.
the questions.
Oh, very good.
So it'll be 11 a.m. Eastern.
Is it
10
for the
a.m.
same
Central.
time, Jeff? Eastern. Awesome. Okay, I'll be there.
So
Yeah,
say
what I was going to do, Professor, is what I was going to say was is that I do have a tiebreaker question. So if you guys, when you play tomorrow, if you need that tiebreaker question, I have it ready from the movie. So
Okay.
and it's a very good question, actually.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Don't
No problem.
make it too tough. Tiebreakers shouldn't be tough questions.
Oh no. This is something that if you guys pay attention, I'll give you a hint. Pay attention to the end credits.
No
and
hints. No
and
hints. No
You
hints.
should be able to get it.
Send it to me.
Okay.
Send it to me. Send it to me.
Okay, sorry.
Send it to me.
Okay, I will.
John?
I will.
thank you, everyone, for joining us tonight, and we look forward to seeing you back next week at our usual time.
Thanks, guys.
Have a great night. See you tomorrow. Question Trek.
Thanks, Omni.
Take care. All right.